Chapter 2099. When the huge black eye entered Yang Kai's body and fused with him, Yang Kai's consciousness became somewhat blurred. All kinds of negative emotions that had been hidden in the deepest part of his heart burst out at this moment, as if they were being drawn by something, causing his entire body to exude an extremely evil aura. Mysterious and complex demonic patterns climbed up his skin, and with the influx of a large amount of demonic qi, these demonic patterns became darker and darker. A power far exceeding that of a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was brewing in his body, impacting his mind and self, causing him to be lost in the joy and pleasure of suddenly obtaining great strength. A strong murderous intent and a desire to destroy emerged in his chest, especially towards living beings with flesh and blood. He had an extremely strong desire to kill. His divine sense sank, wrapped in endless darkness, unable to see the slightest bit of light. As time passed, he could only become a member of the demon dwellers. But at this moment, in the endless darkness, a weak light, like a sharp blade that tore through the haze, leisurely bloomed. The light showed 7 colors and was magnificent. The 7-colored light penetrated the endless demonic qi and shone on Yang Kai, making him feel warm. It was as if he had been frozen in the cold night for 3 or 9 days, and had finally waited for the sun to shine. His evil aura also seemed to have encountered nemesis, turning into plumes of blue smoke and quickly disappearing. Yang Kai's sinking consciousness suddenly sobered up for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he focused his vision and looked ahead. In his field of vision, the shadow of a lotus flower exuding 7-colored light was faintly discernible. The 7-colored lotus flower was not big. Compared to the endless demonic qi, it was like comparing heaven and earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, but the place where it existed had become the last pure land in this dark world. 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's mind suddenly sobered up, realizing that he had unknowingly transformed into a soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. And the 7-colored light was obviously emitted by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. His heart stirred, and he immediately rushed in the direction of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. After a short while, he was already standing at the stamen of the lotus. The 7-colored light enveloped him, dispelling all the negative emotions from his body. When the black smoke was expelled from his body, Kai Yang was finally able to fully awaken. As far as the eye could see, the entire knowledge sea was shrouded in boundless darkness. The constellation diagram that was supposed to exist above the knowledge sea did not have the slightest bit of light. In this entire world, other than the multicolored light emitted by the soul-warming lotus, there seemed to be nothing else. A huge black eye appeared in the sky above the sea of consciousness. He looked down at Yang Kai coldly, without the slightest emotion. Yang Kai could not see it, but this was his sea of consciousness, so he could clearly feel it. Boundless pressure and willpower emanated from that single black eye, as if it wanted to destroy Yang Kai's spiritual defense, tarnishing his soul. However, under the protection of the rainbow soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of the world, any invisible attack was enough to be purified by the multicolored light. Not only that, from the soul-warming lotus, many tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye flew out. Soul-devouring insects. They were strange insects that Yang Kai obtained in Tongxian realm in his early years, but as Yang Kai's strength increased, they could no longer play any role. For a long time, Yang Kai had placed them on the multicolored island transformed by the soul-warming lotus, leaving them to fend for themselves. After so many years of nourishment, their numbers had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, to Yang Kai's surprise, they all flew out of the soul-warming lotus. They scattered in all directions. Wherever they passed, there was a burst of crisp and pleasant cracking sounds. The ancient demonic qi that invaded Yang Kai's knowledge sea was nibbled away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring insects can even devour demonic qi. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. As time passed, these soul-devouring insects that devoured the demonic qi grew bigger and bigger. They were originally a group of indiscernible existences. Even if Yang Kai released them to fight his enemies before, his enemies would not be able to see them at all. But now in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Their size was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, their skin color was gradually turning black, and complex and subtle demon crests were beginning to appear on their bodies. Each and every one of them was giving off an extremely mysterious aura. After a short while, the soul-devouring insects became the size of rice grains, and they were still growing at an even faster speed. In his knowledge sea, the demonic chi began to tumble uneasily, as if it had its own thoughts. It began to avoid being devoured by the soul-devouring insects. But this was Yonkai's knowledge sea. Where could they hide? The clouds of devil chi were like leaves being gnawed away by silkworms. Very soon a large gap was revealed. Yonkai watched silently for a while, not knowing whether this was a blessing or a curse, but since it was beneficial to his situation, he was too lazy to care. The next moment, with a thought, he drove the colorful soul-warming lotus to fly somewhere high in the sky, and looked directly at the huge black pupil hidden in the boundless darkness. The demonic chi slowly dissipated, and finally the black pupil was revealed. Even in Yonkai's knowledge sea, it still occupied half of the sky. Yonkai stood in front of it, as humble and small as an ant. The colorful light disappeared and disappeared, forming a halo around Yonkai's body. Like the rotation of a celestial body, a huge halo spread out all of a sudden. Get out or be completely destroyed. Yonkai moved his mind, and the sound of thunder fell from the sky. The sound of thunder was like an invisible sharp blade, piercing into the black pupil, causing its shape to distort and change. After a while, the black pupil calmed down again. The deep darkness was like a black hole, and the huge eye still stood there motionless. Sure enough, it doesn't have its own thoughts, and only a remnant of its will is left. Yonkai was thoughtful. Although he had guessed before, he was not too sure. But now, after this test, he finally got the answer he wanted. This black pupil no longer had its own thoughts, and only the remnant will of the ancient troll remained. After all, in the distant ancient times, countless powerful people in the Emperor realm destroyed its body, and its own thoughts had long disappeared. Since that was the case, there was no way to communicate with it. Yonkai's expression became serious, and he urged the power of the colorful soul-warming lotus. The next moment, the colorful light bloomed dazzlingly, turning into sharp blades, and piercing toward the black pupil. And at this moment, the black pupil's single eye took a deep look at Yonkai, and then slowly closed. Between heaven and earth, a giant-like voice resounded. You have the aura of a demon. I leave it to you. I leave it all to you. To witness the end of this world. To witness the destruction of this world. An incomparably ferocious aura spread out leisurely, and the closed black pupil suddenly turned into a black light, shooting toward Yonkai. Yonkai was shocked, and hurriedly guarded his mind to resist. At the same time, the colorful soul-warming lotus also spun, and the endless colorful light turned into a barrier, trying to prevent the black light from invading. But all of this was in vain. The black light easily penetrated the barrier of the colorful soul-warming lotus, tore through Yonkai's defenses, and directly entered his body. The next moment, Yonkai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his soul, and his entire soul avatar could not be maintained, directly collapsing. Immediately after, his consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his mouth to release a furious roar. This roar was just like the roar of a wounded wild beast in the mountain forest. Yonkai was completely wrapped up by the rolling demonic chi, making it impossible to see his face and figure clearly. A hand was tightly covering his right eye, from which golden blood continuously flowed out. This is 5 kilometers away. Hua Qingxi and the middle-aged man were completely dumbfounded by this scene. Since Yonkai's strange change had happened to him, they had watched everything from start to finish. Naturally, they had a vague idea of exactly what had happened. Under their witness, the jet-black demonic chi, that had enveloped a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, had completely gushed into Yonkai's body, disappearing without a trace within the short span of an incense stick's time. Countless demonic beasts all knelt on the ground. However, for some unknown reason, the demonic chi within their bodies had completely disappeared without a trace. Without the protection of the demonic chi, these extremely ferocious demonic beasts had all become exceedingly weak in a short span of time. Although their lives were not in any danger, Yuan Qi was unavoidable. Furthermore, all of them had blank expressions on their faces, completely unaware of what had just happened. The monster beasts were even more flustered as they fled in panic. Sunlight returned to the earth, causing people to feel warm and fuzzy. However, the middle-aged man and Hua Qingxi felt a chill in their hearts. That was because they could sense a pressure that was comparable to that of an expert from the Emperor realm radiating from Yang Kai, who was 5 kilometers away. This pressure was extremely evil, and seemed to be filled with the stench of blood, causing it to instinctively repel the aura of the living. In the next instant, the violently trembling Yang Kai suddenly calmed down. The large hand that was covering his right eye slowly loosened. Extending his hands before his eyes, he appeared to be examining something. Within the darkness, 2 rays of mysterious light shot out. One golden, the other black. The golden vertical pupil of his left eye brimming with majesty, while the black horizontal pupil of his right eye brimming with primal chaos trembled intensely at the location of Yang Kai's eyes, creating an extremely stark contrast. "What's that?" The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. Even though he was from the Flying Saint Palace, he was still somewhat unable to understand exactly what kind of monster he was looking at. As his voice rang out, the 2 completely different colored gazes suddenly turned towards him and Hua Qingxi. Not good. Upon making contact with the 2 gazes, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt her head sink. Her beautiful face contorted as she roared out, "Hurry and run!" As she spoke, she formed a hand seal. With a bang, her entire body transformed into over 100 colorful butterflies that flew off in all directions. Seeing her leave so decisively, how could the middle-aged man not know that he had just witnessed a great disaster? Hurriedly biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of red light, as he hastily retreated a few dozen kilometers away. Chapter 2100. The middle-aged man possessed a powerful cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. Therefore, when he focused on escaping, his speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, he had already ignited his blood essence and fled 100 kilometers away. Looking back with lingering fear in his heart, the middle-aged man could not help but gawk. In the distance, there was no trace of Yang Kai, as though he had suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man's heart sank, as an indescribable feeling of dread and terror began to spread within him. Chaotic spatial fluctuations radiated out from the front, before a jet-black figure suddenly appeared. The figure was enveloped by boundless demonic qi, making it impossible to see its face clearly. However, the golden and black radiance radiating from its face caused the middle-aged man to feel as though he was facing a great enemy. When he met those 2 gazes, his thoughts could not help but turn rigid, while his consciousness turned chaotic, while his divine soul turned restless. He roared out furiously. Summoning his short spear, he formed a complicated seal with his hands, before frantically pouring his source qi into the short spear. Whoosh whoosh! The short spear started to grow at a strange speed, transforming into a gigantic object over 100 meters long in the blink of an eye. With a slight tremble, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. This was the middle-aged man's most powerful attack, and he was extremely confident in his attack. Even the experts of the Emperor realm would not dare to ignore such an attack. Yang Kai appeared to have lost his consciousness, just like those demons. The only thing left in his mind was a bloodthirsty desire. Faced with the impending danger, he did not have any intention of dodging, and continued to stand in his original position in a daze. Only when the short spear was about to reach his body did he send out a punch, seemingly out of instinct. His fist was enveloped by jet-black demonic qi, appearing solid and dark. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man could not help but feel elated. His eyes widened. He wanted to see what would happen next, and wanted to see Yang Kai being smashed to smithereens by his attack. Bang! A loud bang rang out, while Yang Kai did not move a single inch. However, the short spear was struck by a berserk force, causing the brilliance on its body to dim. In an instant, it reverted to its original size, while flying at a speed faster than before. It fell into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Ah! The middle-aged man's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, as he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard, he took another look, only to see that Yang Kai was indeed completely unscathed. Just as he was lost in thought, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. A large amount of pure demonic qi overflowed from his body and spread to his arms, making them longer and larger. In the blink of an eye, a huge pitch-black palm was formed. Immediately, it smashed down towards the middle-aged man's head. It was as if a pitch-black mountain had descended from the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright as he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, to his despair, he noticed that the space around him had somehow solidified and viscous, and it was as if it had been confined. He couldn't dodge it. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned deathly pale as he screamed out. One of them summoned a shield-like defensive artifact. After injecting origin energy, the shield immediately turned into a barrier, blocking above him. Not only that, but he was also constantly forming hand seals and chanting, "Heaven, Earth, Black Martial." The origin energy within his body surged crazily. Before he could unleash this mysterious secret technique, the pitch-black mountain-like palm had already smashed down. Crack! The barrier formed by the shield shattered like a mirror. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, before it shattered into pieces, completely unable to provide any form of protection. Immediately after, the gigantic palm smashed down onto the middle-aged man's body. He was only able to let out a miserable shriek filled with terror. Before he lost all signs of life, the gigantic palm gradually dissipated. Other than a gigantic palm print on the ground, the only thing that remained was a pile of minced meat. Under the might of that palm, the middle-aged man's cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm was unable to defend against it, instantly losing his life. All of his origin artifacts and even his spatial ring were smashed into smithereens. The items within his spatial ring were eternally banished into the void. After doing all of this, Yang Kai raised his head with an expressionless face and shot a glance in another direction. Over there, Hua Qingxi, who had split up with the middle-aged man, turned her head around in horror, her beautiful eyes trembling endlessly. Just a moment ago, she could faintly hear a miserable shriek ringing out from afar. This caused her heart to involuntarily panic, causing her to run even faster. However, right at this moment, the space in front of her turned blurry, before a pitch-black figure blocked her path. How can this be? Hua Qingxi's beautiful face contorted as her heart sank to rock bottom. She had split up with the middle-aged man, before personally witnessing Yang Kai chasing after the other party. However, in just a few breaths' time, Yang Kai had actually caught up to the other party, killed him, and then blocked her path? Even a powerhouse from the Emperor realm would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Looking at the pitch-black figure, and sensing the ruthless and bloodthirsty aura radiating from it, Hua Qingxi's face turned pale, while a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She did not act rashly. Instead, she squeezed out a faint smile, before fearfully displaying her charm and amorous feelings. Since the other party was able to kill the middle-aged man in an instant, this meant that he could easily destroy her as well. There was no difference whether she resisted or not. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was to awaken the consciousness hidden in the deepest recesses of Yang Kai's heart. "Little brother," Hua Qingxi called out softly with a trembling voice, a gentleness that had never been present in her voice before. "Can you move aside? You're blocking my path." Yang Kai did not move a single inch, merely standing in his original spot as he quietly stared at her, as if he was looking at a stranger. The golden and black profound light radiating from his eyes caused Hua Qingxi's heart to tremble. However, there was nothing she could do about it. She felt just like a little lamb facing off against a savage and ferocious king of the jungle, where her life and death would be decided with a single thought from the other party. The only thing that Hua Qingxi felt fortunate was that Yang Kai did not try to kill her the moment they met. This allowed her to see a sliver of hope for survival. "It's me, your big sister. Don't you remember me, little brother?" Hua Qingxi brushed her hair behind her ear as she continued to try. She did not know if she was lucky or unlucky, But as expected, Yang Kai appeared to be moved by her words. His dual-colored eyes started to tremble intensely once again, as if his consciousness was resisting against something. "Little brother, I've just saved your life. You're not thinking of killing me, are you? You're repaying kindness with enmity, right?" Hua Qingxi's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat, revealing her beautiful and voluptuous figure. Bean-sized beads of perspiration rolled down her forehead, while her face turned pale. Nevertheless, she still forced herself to remain calm. "Roar!" Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic qi, suddenly reached out and covered his head, letting out a low roar from his throat. Hua Qingxi was shocked, and hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, on second thought, with the opponent's current strength, it would be useless no matter how far she retreated. She could not help but smile bitterly, and simply stood in place without moving. "If you don't say anything, your big sister will leave," Hua Qingxi gently probed. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond, she was overjoyed and said, "Then the green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Speaking up to this point, she once again displayed the divine technique of 100 discs. In an instant, she transformed into countless multicolored butterflies and fled into the distance like a gust of wind. However, at this moment, the roaring Yang Kai suddenly straightened his body, stretched out his hand, and grabbed in the direction of the countless butterflies. The 100 discs dissipated, and Hua Qingxi's body reappeared. Her face was extremely ugly. She suddenly became angry and shouted, "What the hell do you want? You didn't say a word, and you won't let me go. Just kill me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her, and grabbed in her direction. "Ah!" Hua Qingxi's heart sank on the spot. She was shocked and said, "I was joking. Why did you take it seriously? Don't. As she spoke, she desperately urged her source qi to resist. However, the gap in strength between her and Yang Kai was enough for the latter to easily crush her. Before she could raise her source qi, Hua Qingxi felt her body tighten, as if she was wrapped in an invisible force. A suffocating feeling hit her. The next moment, her head became heavy and her feet became light. Her divine sense became chaotic, and her vision turned black. By the time she regained her senses, Hua Qingxi was standing in a daze in an empty field, her pretty face pale as snow. She turned her head and looked around. She found that this place was flat, and surrounded by a dense forest. A strong wind blew, cool and refreshing. This wasn't the star boundary. Hua Qingxi immediately felt the difference between this place and the star boundary. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she was sure that this place was definitely not the star boundary. Did she die? Hua Qingxi stood there with a blank expression. Death wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. She didn't even feel anything before dying. Why would she come to this place after dying? Then where was that annoying guy from the Flying Saint Palace? Could this be the legendary infernal prison? Her thoughts ran wild, and Hua Qingxi couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. "Oh, I didn't kill you, but instead sent you here." It seems the consciousness of the main body is still there, at least some of it. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in Hua Qingxi's ears. The voice was so loud that it sounded like the beating of a war drum, startling Hua Qingxi. "Who is it?" Hua Qingxi's beautiful face changed and she shouted vigilantly. At the same time, she looked around, but she didn't find anyone. Look up, look up." The voice sounded again. With this reminder, Hua Qingxi quickly raised her head and looked up. What she saw was two stone pillar-like existences standing beside her. She had seen these two stone pillars when she first arrived, but she hadn't gotten rid of her death state yet, so she didn't think much about it. Now that she looked carefully, she found that these two stone pillars were somewhat similar to thighs, but they didn't have any flesh and were completely made of strange stone. As her gaze continued to move upwards, Hua Qingxi's expression kept changing, from surprise, to doubt, to shock and amazement, all of which were brilliant. After Hua Qingxi got a clear look at the object beside her, she tapped her foot and floated several dozen feet away. Looking from a farther position, Hua Qingxi could finally see more clearly. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she suddenly became confused. Chapter 2101. Stone. Stone giant? Hua Qingxi choked for a long time before spitting out a few words with great difficulty. The scene in front of him was too inconceivable. The huge figure that was more than 10 stories tall had a well-defined figure and a simple-minded face. However, there was a pair of bright eyes that didn't quite match his appearance. They flickered with the light of intelligence. It seemed to be able to make the world tremble with just a raise of its hand or a lift of its foot. It was like a mountain troll that had awakened from an ancient myth, giving Hua Qingxi an unimaginable shock. Stone giant? Haha, that's not wrong. The embodiment chuckled. Although he deliberately suppressed his voice, it was still shocking. Are you alive? Do you have your own thoughts? Hua Qingxi wasn't an ordinary person. Born in the Star Soul Palace, she naturally came into contact with many secrets unknown to the outside world. So after a short period of absent-mindedness and shock, she immediately recovered and asked in surprise. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of any creature in this world that was similar to the thing in front of her. Do you think you're dead? The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi mockingly. Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she immediately became overjoyed and asked back. So I'm still alive? By the way, you just said that he sent me to this place. Where is this place? The embodiment was silent for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you sure you want to know? Hua Qingxi frowned, a trace of inexplicable uneasiness in her heart, as if knowing where this place was would be extremely unfavorable for her. But curiosity still made her reveal a look of desire. Well, since he didn't kill you, he sent you here. Since he didn't kill you, he didn't kill you. That means you won't be able to leave here in the future. So there's no harm in telling you. Hearing what the embodiment said, Hua Qingxi's pretty face couldn't help but darken. She immediately understood that her worries had come true. This is the small sealed world. The inner space of the sealed world bead, an emperor artifact. Emperor artifact? The sealed world bead? Hua Qingxi let out a shrill cry, the expression on her pretty face fluctuating as she exclaimed in shock. You mean to say that this place is a world of its own? Is it on the same level as my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda? More or less. The avatar nodded. As if he was tired of standing and talking, he sat down on the ground and crossed his legs, looking at Hua Qingxi from afar. But if you really want to compare them, the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the sealed world bead each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda allows its disciples to enter and gain experience, and it also has many mysterious uses. However, the sealed world bead was different. Its body was very small, and it was refined by a powerful being. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hua Qingxi nodded stiffly. She was from the Star Soul Palace, so how could she not understand the meaning behind the embodiment's words? The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the greatest treasure of Star Soul Palace, the foundation of the palace. This was because countless disciples could head inside to train and advance, to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. They could absorb the broken principle strength. This was the top emperor artifact in the entire star boundary. The sealed world bead was obviously in existence comparable to the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Although it could not allow people to gain benefits from training inside, it was more convenient to use than the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This was a priceless treasure, and the one carrying it was actually a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. Even for an ordinary master from the Emperor realm, it was very difficult to obtain an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact could not be refined just because one wanted to. The birth of every Emperor artifact required the accumulation of countless flowing time great emperors, and the blood and sweat of many masters. The value of an Emperor artifact was far greater than that of a Dao Source grade artifact. But now a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm was carrying one, and it was an Emperor artifact on the same level as the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If this news were to spread, it was likely that all the masters in the star boundary would be in an uproar and hunt down Yang Kai to seize this treasure. Can I pretend that I didn't hear this secret? Hua Qingxi's mouth twitched. Now that she had been sent into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai and learned such a secret, it was impossible for anyone to let her leave. In other words, She would be imprisoned here by Yang Kai for the rest of her life. This made Hua Qingxi feel lucky that she did not die, but at the same time, she was very annoyed. Ha 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 ha. The embodiment laughed. From the moment you were sent in, your fate was already decided. When he spoke up to hear, the embodiment's voice suddenly became low and deep as he said, he obviously didn't kill you because you saved his life. But his own condition isn't good, and he might be unable to control his desire to kill. So, he had no choice but to do this. Is that so? In fact, you still have a chance to leave this place. What? Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and asked anxiously. Die, or swear allegiance to the main body and offer up your soul brand. Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed. Impossible. Everything is possible. Why do you have to be so resolute, miss? Are you really willing to stay here for the rest of your life? The embodiment asked. Hua Qingxi fell into silence, a look of struggle on her face. Suddenly she spoke again. That little bastard can't even protect himself now. Let's wait until he survives this tribulation. The embodiment nodded. Indeed, you need to discuss this matter with him personally. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly changed. By the way, why are you here? Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly. Were you also thrown into this small sealed world by him? Did he force you to offer up your soul brand? She looked as if she had suddenly found a kindred spirit in her predicament, and her eyes were filled with joy. The embodiment had a strange look on his face as he sighed. I have been imprisoned by him for millions of years. That scum. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth. But as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Looking at the embodiment suspiciously, she asked, how old is he this year? How do you calculate millions of years? The three set off from their own sects without stopping, and used countless teleportation formations along the way to rush to Maplewood City in the shortest time possible. But when they arrived at Maplewood City, they happened to see the demonic qi dissipating, and the demons regaining their consciousness. The three were surprised and puzzled, and followed the vine to find the melon. They found the source and blocked Yang Kai here. At this moment, the three were puzzled. First, the Luan Feng appeared in this small Maplewood City, and then a year later, the seal of the ancient great demon appeared. It seemed that all the major events in the world were going to happen here, which made them feel a sense of absurdity in their hearts. They couldn't see the appearance of the Yang Kai on the opposite side, and they didn't know who transformed into him. But the pure demonic qi wrapped around him gave the three of them a great sense of oppression. It was as if the demonic qi was a fatal threat to them, as masters of the Emperor realm. Chapter 2102. The three of them flew all the way here, and saw that all the demons had regained their consciousness. Only the person in front of them was still surrounded by the demonic qi, and emitting a violent aura. Who are you? Chen Wenhao was the first to ask. He really wanted to know the reason why the demon in front of him didn't regain his consciousness like the other demons. Instead, he became incredibly powerful. There was no response from the other side. They could only hear a low roar coming from the demonic qi, like a mad beast. Brother Chen, he probably doesn't have his own consciousness. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Feng Ming said impatiently, his malicious eyes staring at Yang Kai's figure. Gao Shueting didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were filled with light, as if she wanted to see through the rich demonic qi and see Yang Kai's true face. But at this moment, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met, and an invisible collision broke out. Ah! Gao Shueting's face turned pale. Her delicate body staggered as if she had been hit by something. A low roar came out from the devil qi. It seemed to be suppressed and in extreme pain. Although the words were not spoken clearly, the three of them could still hear it. They also knew what the devil qi in front of them wanted to express. A strange look flashed in Chen Wenhao's eyes. He suddenly stepped forward. As he moved, he flicked his wrist, and a long blue and white sword appeared in his hand. He said calmly, I'll test his skills. The two of you support me. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound was heard. Chen Wenhao had already transformed into a graceful figure, rushing away like a bolt of lightning. He appeared in front of Yang Kai. Chi-ing. Chi-ing. The sword light moved and the sword chi hummed. The sword momentum was like a fierce wind, and waves of sorrowful cries were heard. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks burst out in all directions. The energy sputtered in the void. The long sword was as fast as lightning. It was as dense as a rainstorm. After a while, Chen Wenhao put away his sword and stood in the same place, as if he had never moved. On the other side, cracks began to appear on the demonic qi outside Yang Kai's body. They were as dense as a spider web. Some parts of his body could be vaguely seen through the cracks. His exposed skin was full of mysterious demonic patterns. But as the demonic qi rolled, these cracks were restored in the blink of an eye. Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting and Feng Ming were also extremely surprised. Kai Yang's trickiness was beyond their expectations. Die, Chen Wenhao. With the strength of his divine will. This kind of movement speed was beyond his understanding. He desperately urged the power of his divine sense to form an airtight surveillance net around his body. He wanted to use this to spy on Yang Kai's movements. Be careful. Gao Shueting's pretty face suddenly changed and she shouted. Behind Brother Chen. Feng Ming also shouted. Why did they need to remind him? The moment Yang Kai appeared behind him, Chen Wenhao had already seen through it. In a flash, the power of the laws of heaven and earth followed the heart of solitude. His long sword burst out like a meteor and stabbed backward. Ding, a crisp sound was heard. Chen Wenhao instinctively felt that he had stabbed something. But it was completely blocked. Not only that, the long sword let out a sorrowful cry, and the sword flashed wildly. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly took a step and jumped forward. A violent force burst out behind him. Although it didn't hurt him at all, it scared him quite a bit. Without waiting for him to regain his footing, Yang Kai followed him like a shadow and appeared on his right side once again. His fist was wrapped in demon qi as he ruthlessly punched out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The move was simple, but it was extremely ferocious. It could be said to be a strike that returned to its original state. There was no way to avoid it. Chen Wenhao's heart was in turmoil. As a master of the Emperor realm, he had already touched the threshold of this world's martial Tao, even though he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. Even if he was facing a second-order Emperor realm master, he wouldn't be completely suppressed. He would at least have some ability to contend with them. But this inexplicable magical creature did it, relying on its miraculous movement and strange speed, making it impossible for him to contend with it one-on-one. At the critical moment he shouted, "Water body transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly became translucent, as if he was molded from a mass of water. Yang Kai's fist directly blasted a big hole in his body, and his arm went through his chest. Chen Wenhao couldn't help but groan. He seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. Facing this blow, not only did he not retreat, but he also condensed his source qi. His water body transformation suddenly shrunk and trapped one of Yang Kai's arms. At this moment, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting, who had been watching the battle from the side, made their move at the same time. A long spear appeared in Feng Ming's hand. The spear was like a flying goose, and there were traces of lightning flashing on it. It was the Emperor artifact Thunder Goose Spear that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was famous in the entire Southern Territory. Endless Thunder Rush, Feng Ming shouted. Taking advantage of the good opportunity created by Chen Wenhao, he waved his long spear, and a bolt of lightning shot out like a bolt of lightning, directly toward Yang Kai. On the other side, a small mirror suddenly appeared in the palm of Gao Shueting's hand. After she poured her source qi into it, the mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light, as if it was a small sun hanging in the air. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror and enveloped Yang Kai's body. Her expression was cold and solemn, and her white dress fluttered without wind. She looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens. A scorching aura suddenly spread out, as if it could burn everything. The rolling demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis. It quickly wriggled and turned into countless wisps of smoke, floating outside. Emperor Artifact Blazing Sun Mirror. In the small sealed world, A projection was created by the embodiment. Hua Qingxi could clearly see everything that was happening outside. Her face was filled with excitement. She shouted loudly. She knew all three of them, and had naturally heard about the artifacts they used. Even if she had never seen them before, she knew what they were after seeing them now. The long sword in Chen Wenhao's hand was also not an ordinary artifact. It was the Emperor artifact Flowing Water Sword. 3 great Emperor's artifacts. 3 great Emperor's venerable realm experts had attacked together. She seemed to have seen Yang Kai, who was like a demon king, fall. This made her smell the scent of freedom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the blazing sun shrouded the sky. Yang Kai seemed to have sensed a fatal threat. He suddenly roared, and a majestic and masculine aura suddenly erupted, completely different from the evil and violent aura from before. In the next moment, his arm that was stuck in Chen Wenhao's water transformation body suddenly swelled. Dragon scales appeared on his arm, and his entire hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw. With this help, he suddenly jerked. Chen Wenhao let out a muffled groan. His water transformation body seemed to be unable to maintain, and Yang Kai broke free, leaving behind a trail of blood. Immediately after, Yang Kai turned around and grabbed towards the plasma that was bombarding him. Ci la. Yang Kai's body trembled violently. He had actually blocked the attack of Feng Ming's secret technique with his dragon claw. However, he couldn't get rid of the numbness caused by the electric current surging through his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she increased the power of the blazing sun mirror. The demonic qi on the surface of Yang Kai's body evaporated faster and faster, causing him to cry out in pain, as if he was suffering great torment. Die, all of you must die! A roar rang out, and the space within a radius of 12 miles suddenly changed. A kind of world principle power was added to her body, and Gao Shueting's movements couldn't help but pause. On the other side, Chen Wenhao, who had been shaken off by Yang Kai, was about to attack with his sword, but his body also sank. Space principle? Gao Shueting screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Since the 3 of them from the Emperor realm were able to reach their current level, they naturally had their own unique understanding of the world principle power. The 3 of them had comprehended the world principle power, according to the secret technique or cultivation method they cultivated. And that was how they had advanced to the Emperor realm's level. Every member of the Emperor realm had a different understanding of the world principle power, and the territory they specialized in was also quite different. Only those geniuses who were blessed by the heavens could comprehend the most profound and most primitive world principle power in a unique territory. The 5 elemental principles, the true essence of various powers, and the mysteries of various divine technique, were the cornerstones of the Emperor realm's gradual growth. Among them, the most difficult world principle power to comprehend were a few mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Without a doubt, the space principle was one of them, and it was almost impossible to comprehend. For countless years in the astral plane, countless great emperors had used their understanding of the world principle power to reach the peak, but no one had ever heard of anyone who used the space principle power to reach this step. The space principle power was too profound, and even the Emperor realm would shrink back at the sight of it. But right now, a demonized demon was actually using the space principle power to seal this area. Gao Shueting's breathing stopped. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already charged straight at her with the radiant sun mirror's divine might. Like a bolt of lightning, his speed was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already charged in front of Gao Shueting. He completely ignored this enemy who wanted to kill him, and instead threw a punch at the radiant sun mirror. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon rang out, and 12 pitch-black demonic dragons shot out from his fist, fluttering in the air. Even though Gao Shueting reacted quickly and dodged in time, she still couldn't completely avoid them. Boom! 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 The pitch-black demonic dragons collided with the radiant sun mirror, and the radiant sun mirror flickered. When Gao Shueting flew to Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao's side, her pretty face had an ugly expression, and she looked at the Emperor artifact that she had spent so much effort to refine with heartache. The radiant sun mirror seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of black gas, which damaged its spirituality. Inside the sealed world bead, Hua Qingxi was dumbfounded. Her small mouth opened into a circle, and she said in a low voice, "He's so strong." Originally, she thought that with the three great emperors working together, and even using their emperor artifacts, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take down Yang Kai? But after a round of confrontation, it was the three from the emperor realm who suffered losses, and Yang Kai was unstoppable. Hua Qingxi couldn't accept this at all. Chapter 2103. This is troublesome. His demonic qi can even corrode my emperor artifact. Chen Wenhao glanced at the radiant sun mirror in Gao Shueting's hand, then at his water stream sword. His expression was grave. Just like the radiant sun mirror, the water stream sword was shrouded in a faint layer of black qi. Obviously, it had been corroded by the demonic qi. Although this wouldn't damage the emperor artifact's spirituality, if it wasn't removed, the emperor artifact would lose its spirituality in the long run. It wasn't easy for an emperor artifact to be born, and every emperor artifact was cherished by the emperor realm. How could they allow such a thing to happen? What a troublesome guy. It seems like we have to get serious. Feng Ming snorted coldly. Chen Wenhao also stared at Yang Kai, but he said to Gao Shueting, "Junior sister Gao, we'll need your help." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "If the radiant sun mirror is destroyed, you'll have to compensate me." Feng Ming laughed. "It's an emperor artifact. How can it be destroyed so easily? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen if we delay." Gao Shueting waved her hand, and the blazing sun mirror flew up into the sky, as if it was charging into the clouds. It didn't take long for the blazing sun mirror to merge with the scorching sun in the sky. Gao Shueting waved her hand, and her hand seals changed. A mysterious power emanated from the radiant sun mirror, and the entire mirror began to hum. Above Wuxia in the sky, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot down from the blazing sun. It struck the surface of the radiant sun mirror, penetrating it and radiating in all directions. Radiant sun sky territory. 9 suns glorious brilliance. Gao Shueting crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then she slowly pushed it forward. The blazing light covered the entire area. The small world sealed by Yang Kai's space law made cracking sounds, as if something had broken free from its shackles. Then a strange phenomenon appeared. 9 suns appeared in the sky. The dazzling light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. The sunlight from the suns was scorching hot, and the ground was scorched. Yang Kai roared. It was as if it could not withstand being surrounded by countless scorching suns, and it immediately launched an attack. He rushed forward, and met a scorching sun head-on as he swung his fist. Boom! The blazing sun hanging above his head was directly shattered. But after a short while, a new blazing sun appeared in another location. Yang Kai seemed to have gone mad. He didn't believe it, and smashed another scorching sun. However, the same scene appeared again, making his efforts useless. It's useless. It's in Master Gao's scorching sun sky territory. This kind of attack won't work at all. Hua Qingxi seemed to have heard of blazing sun sky's territory, and seeing Yang Kai running around in the sealed world bead, he slowly shook his head and gloated. The embodiment rolled his eyes and asked, "Then what kind of attack is considered useful?" "Of course we're going to attack the master's body," Hua Qingxi chuckled and said. "But we're in the territory of the sky of blazing Sunday. Master Gao is omnipotent. The figure she manifests should be just an illusion. I'm afraid her real body is hidden somewhere." "Is that so?" The embodiment raised the corner of his mouth and smiled meaningfully. "You know a lot. As expected of someone from Star Soul Palace." Hua Qingxi smiled proudly. If she didn't come from a supreme force in the southern territory like Star Soul Palace, how could she, a mere cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm, understand the mysteries of Gao Shueting's secret technique? Just as Yang Kai was crazily attacking those annoying scorching suns, a figure had already appeared beside him. The principle of sword Dao condensed on the long sword in his hand, and stabbed at him slowly and cautiously. 3,000 sword Dao, Chen Wenhao shouted. The sword stabbed out. The 9 scorching suns in the sky seemed to be overshadowed. Between heaven and earth, there was only this sword that condensed Chen Wenhao's life's work. The sword flashed, blood splattered, demonic qi surged, and Yang Kai roared. This sword finally made a great contribution. It directly pierced Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, bringing with it a pool of golden blood. In pain, Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw and grasped the flowing water sword. He ignored the sharp sword edge cutting into his palm, and his other hand turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and slammed down on Chen Wenhao. Chen Wenhao's eyes narrowed. He wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that the strange principle of space was approaching him again, and he couldn't help but pause. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was already in front of him. Displacement transposition. Gao Shueting's voice sounded. She put her palms together and pushed forward. A scorching sun hanging high in the sky suddenly replaced Chen Wenhao and was directly shattered by the giant palm. On the other side, Chen Wenhao's figure appeared. His face was slightly pale, and he nodded to Gao Shueting to express his gratitude. If Gao Shueting hadn't used her secret technique to get him away, he would have been injured. Did you forget someone else? A voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was entangled with Chen Wenhao, Feng Ming had already rushed in front of Yang Kai with the Thunder Goose spear in his hand. He pointed the tip of the spear forward and condensed his source qi, which suddenly exploded. Thunder Goose explosion. A huge thunderball suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. It was filled with violent thunder power that could destroy the world, and it suddenly exploded beside Yang Kai. Thunder danced wildly and silver snakes ran. The ground turned into a territory of electricity. At that moment, the demonic qi behind Yang Kai disappeared temporarily, revealing a figure full of bones. This attack seemed to have caused great damage to him. Feng Ming didn't even have the time to be happy before he saw Kai Yang suddenly turn around and send a palm towards him. You dare to look down on me? Feng Ming was furious when he saw Yang Kai casually attacking him. He pointed his spear and attacked again. However, this time he missed. The figure in front of him disappeared. Feng Ming's heart instinctively tightened. He withdrew his spear and retreated, his face full of vigilance. After all, the person he was fighting was a terrifying existence who could use the law of space. Feng Ming did not dare to let his guard down. At the same time, Chen Wenhao also spread out his divine thought. He wanted to find Yang Kai. However, at this moment, a delicate cry suddenly sounded. Gao Shueting's figure staggered out of the empty place, followed by Yang Kai, who was brimming with murderous intent, like a demon god descending from the heavens. How could you? Gao Shueting's face was full of disbelief. She could not believe that Yang Kai was able to accurately find her hiding place in the territory of the blazing sun sky and launch a sneak attack on her. She watched as the dark figure rushed toward her. An aura of death rushed toward her. In a daze, she seemed to have heard the call of the god of death. Boundless sword principle. At this critical moment, Chen Wenhao rushed over with his sword. He pointed the flowing water sword. An endless sword qi surrounded him. It blasted toward Yang Kai like a storm. Yang Kai roared. The demonic qi on the surface of his body surged and turned into spiritual snakes that flew out. They competed with the sword qi. Qi 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 qi. The sword qi disappeared, and the spiritual snakes retreated. Yang Kai's figure appeared. Gao Shueting retreated to Chen Wenhao's side. Her face was pale, and her clothes were wet with sweat. Does this guy still have consciousness? Feng Ming widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Yang Kai used him as bait just now. He attracted everyone's attention. However, he quietly launched a sneak attack on Gao Shueting. This was not the action of a demon who had lost his mind. This was clearly a very spiritual way of fighting. Even if Feng Ming had the same strength as him, he could not have done better. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Chen Wenhao put away his sword and put his hands behind his back. His body was as still as a mountain. He was like an unsheathed sharp sword, exuding a shocking sword intent. He said, "Demon, I'll show you my sword principle today." As soon as he finished speaking, his killing intent was obvious, and his sword qi was swift. Chen Wenhao angrily activated his origin force. In an instant, his exquisite swordsmanship was fully displayed. His sword momentum condensed on the sword body and gathered the power of laws. He suddenly attacked. The moment he attacked, Gao Shueting's figure disappeared from the territory of the blazing sun sky again. However, the 9 blazing suns suspended in the air burst out with light at the same time. They turned into 9 light pillars that attacked Yang Kai and sealed the world. Feng Ming held the Thunder Goose spear in his hand and also displayed the exquisite skills he had learned in his life. He attacked Yang Kai's vital points. In an instant, the 3 great emperors attacked together, wanting to slay the demon and protect the peace of the world. Yang Kai only roared angrily. He countered the changes by remaining unchanged. Demonic clouds rolled on his body, and he performed all kinds of simple and violent moves. He was only at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible for the 3 of them to kill him in a short time. The demonic clouds on the surface of his body had extremely strong defensive power. Even the various secret techniques and emperor artifacts of the 3 great emperors couldn't break through them. The world changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the small sealed world, Hua Qingxi was silent for a long time. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. It was a huge opportunity for a cultivator in the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, like her, to be able to observe the battle of the masters in the Emperor realm so clearly. Unfortunately, the battlefield of the masters in the Emperor realm was too dangerous. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't have the chance to observe it at all. However, she was lucky enough to be able to watch it from the beginning to the end. She no longer wanted Yang Kai to die as soon as possible. Instead, she fell into contemplation while watching the battle. She looked as if she had gained something. The embodiment glanced at her and raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't disturb her. When he turned his head to look at the battlefield again, the embodiment showed a deep worry. Although it seemed like they were in a stalemate on the surface, the embodiment was just a cultivator in the 1st Order Dao Source realm. Even with the help of the demonic qi, it was still not enough to fight against 3 masters from the Emperor realm at the same time. The fact that the embodiment kept getting injured was the best proof. This didn't matter. The key was that the embodiment didn't run away, even though he knew he was no match for them. This was what worried the embodiment the most. The embodiment didn't know whether the embodiment still had his own consciousness. He tried to contact the embodiment, but he didn't get any response. On the contrary, when he secretly told the embodiment about the flaws of Gao Shueting's Radiant Sun Sky Territory secret technique, the embodiment actually paid attention to it. Otherwise, the embodiment wouldn't have dragged Gao Shueting out of her hiding place and almost severely injured her. It was definitely not a good thing for the embodiment to suddenly obtain such powerful power, and it was the evil and violent power of the ancient great demons. Once it lasted for a long time, no one could tell what would happen. Chapter 2104. A few thousand kilometers away in Maplewood City, the hundreds of thousands of cultivator in the city no longer had the joy of surviving a calamity. Instead, they all looked towards a certain direction in horror. In that direction, there was a violent energy fluctuation, followed by a deafening explosion. Duan Yuan Shan, Drunkard, Qin Chaoyang, and the Dao Source realm old ancestors of the various great families stood on the city walls, their gazes piercing through the void, as if they were trying to find some clues. City Lord Master, who is fighting over there? Liang family's old ancestor, Liang Penglu, asked in shock. Duan Yuanshan pondered for a moment and said, "This Duan met Master Chun and the other 2 Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land on the way back. I think they are the ones who are causing the commotion. Master Chun Wenhao, who came to our Maplewood City last time." Xian family's old ancestor, Xian Gaojia, narrowed his eyes. "That's right. Then who is their enemy?" Xian Gaojia's face was full of shock. Chun Wenhao and the other 2 were all masters of the Emperor realm. Even when the 3 of them joined forces, they were still fighting fiercely against the unknown enemy. The sky was falling and the earth was rending, and they were unable to obtain victory in the shortest time possible. It was obvious how strong the enemy was. "I don't know." Duan Yuanshan shook his head. But at this moment, Yang Kai's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. At that time, 7 great Dao Source Realm Masters brought Qin Yu to repair the seal. In the end, there was a mistake. Zhuang Pan escaped. The 7 points black tortoise array broke by itself. Du Lixun died tragically on the spot, and Qin Chaoyang was seriously injured and unconscious. Yang Kai was eroded by the demonic qi and stood motionless, as if he was about to turn into a demon. It was possible that Yang Kai lost his mind and became a demon. But with his foundation, even if he became a demon, could he fight against the 3 masters of the Emperor realm? Duan Yuanshan shook his head and dispelled the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. What's more, the strange ancient demonic qi had completely disappeared, and the demonic creatures whose minds had been eroded had recovered. Yang Kai should be the same. Rumble suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky. Along with this sound, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something. They quickly converged in a certain direction. What happened? Xian Gaojia was the first to react, looking towards a certain direction in Maplewood City in astonishment. Duan Yuanshan also turned his head, and after taking a look for a while he exclaimed in joy. Someone in the city is about to advance to the Dao Source realm. Whose disciple is it? The ancestral patriarchs looked at each other and slowly shook their heads, indicating that it was not their clansman. Let's go and take a look. This is an omen of great prosperity after our Maplewood City's calamity. Duan Yuanshan shouted loudly, using his source qi to stimulate his voice. It was enough for all the cultivator in the city to hear it clearly. As the city lord of a city, he naturally had to reassure the people at this moment. This promotion phenomenon just happened to give him the space to do so. No matter who this person was, to be able to cause a change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, at this juncture, was a good thing for the cultivator, who had survived the disaster in Maplewood City. It was not a bad thing. Not long after, everyone then flew to the front of the most superior cave residence. Outside the cave mansion, an old woman, a middle-aged beauty, and a young girl stood quietly in front of the cave mansion. Miss Xiaoqi. Duan Yuanshan glanced at the young girl, a stunned look on his face. It was normal for him to recognize Mo Xiaoqi. After all, they had fought together against the demonic creatures and the demonic qi. Although Mo Xiaoqi was only a third-order origin king, Duan Yuanshan did not underestimate her in the slightest. Because of the time they spent together, Duan Yuanshan discovered that the origin of this young girl was quite mysterious. She was also very knowledgeable and profound. Most importantly, Mo Xiaoqi looked only 16 or 17 years old this year. A 16 or 17-year-old third-order origin king. Even a great sect like Heavenly Martial Holy Land might not be able to nurture such a person. Only Star Soul Palace had such a possibility. For a while, Duan Yuanshan even regarded Mo Xiaoqi as a secret disciple of Star Soul Palace. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate her. City Lord Duan Seniors. Mo Xiaoqi smiled faintly and greeted everyone. Miss Xiaoqi, the person who broke through. Duan Yuanshan went straight to the point and asked. It's Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong. Mo Xiaoqi did not intend to hide it. Kong Si ran. Duan Yuanshan was shocked, and the old ancestors of the other families also opened their eyes wide, as if they had heard something extremely impossible. Spirit Pill Plaza was the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and all the masters in Maplewood City naturally knew about it. They also knew about Kong Si Ran, but it was precisely because they knew about him that they were confused. How could Kong Si Ran break through to the Dao Source realm? His martial Dao had already reached the end, and his aptitude was only enough for him to reach the third-order origin king realm. He might not be able to break through to the Dao Source realm in his lifetime, but his hope was only 1 in 10,000. Hearing that it was Kong Si Ran's breakthrough to the Dao Source realm, everyone was surprised. A strange look flashed across Duan Yuanshan's eyes, and he suddenly smiled. So it's shopkeeper Kong. Congratulations. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Although Kong Si Ran had always lived in Maplewood City, his origin and identity did not belong to Maplewood City, so his breakthrough did not have much effect on Maplewood City. This was also the reason for Duan Yuan Shan's change in mood. Shopkeeper Kong must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Xian Gaojia had a thoughtful expression on his face. If not for this opportunity, with Kong Si Ran's aptitude and ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the Dao Source realm so suddenly. Moreover, judging from the time, it seemed that he had started his secluded cultivation when the demonic qi besieged the city. Daring to enter secluded cultivation at that time to prepare for his breakthrough meant that Kong Si Ran had full confidence in his breakthrough. This kind of thing should wait until Shopkeeper Kong comes out of seclusion, and seniors can ask him yourselves. Mo Shaoqi replied with a smile. Duan Yuanshan nodded and said, naturally. While they were talking, the phenomenon in the sky had completely manifested. World energy erupted, and the world energy baptism began. The black clouds turned into pure attacks that fell from the sky, piercing through the void. They hit Kong Si Ran. Inside the secluded mansion, Kong Si Ran's roar immediately rang out, as if he was enduring great pain, causing the scalps of those who heard it to tingle. Sword Chi rampaged. 9 suns shrouded, and spear Chi flickered, transforming into a flood dragon. Back and forth leisurely, besieged by the 3 great emperor's venerable realm masters, Yang Kai's demonic qi tumbled, fighting to the death without retreating. It was as if he didn't know what pain was, and his body was already covered with wounds. Even with the powerful restorative abilities of the demonic qi and golden blood, the injuries caused by the emperor artifact of the emperor realm couldn't be healed in a short time. The principal strength that accompanied it was eroding Yang Kai's vitality, gradually worsening his injuries. Bathed in blood, Yang Kai fought bravely. The 3 great emperors' venerable realm masters worked together. Although they were able to suppress Yang Kai and constantly injure him, the more they fought, the more fearful they became. It was also fortunate that the 3 of them had rushed here together. If they were to face this demon alone, none of them would have the confidence to contend against him. This demon's ferocity and bloodthirstiness was something that the 3 of them had never seen before in their lives. Just as the battle was about to reach its climax, suddenly from a distant location, an extremely loud bird's cry rang out. Screech! That clear and melodious voice pierced through space and entered the ears of everyone. It was like the sorrowful cry of an ancient divine phoenix, and its voice contained boundless anxiety and rage. The moment the sound rang out, Yang Kai, who was fighting the 3 great emperors' venerable realm masters, suddenly paused, as if he had been struck by lightning, and the demonic qi around his body suddenly tumbled. Seeing this, Chen Wenhao and the others hurriedly retreated to the side and vigilantly defended. Without knowing whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying, they didn't dare to advance in the slightest. In a battle between masters, any negligence could be fatal. What was that sound? Feng Ming asked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting slowly shook their heads. The 3 of them looked up and saw that Yang Kai had suddenly turned his head and was looking in a certain direction. Following his gaze, the 3 of them immediately saw that in the distant horizon, a fiery red light was rapidly flying towards them. She's here. In the small sealed world, the embodiment also saw this scene clearly through the image transmission and couldn't help but be overjoyed. What is that? Although Hua Qingxi had used all of her eyesight, she was still unable to clearly see what this fiery red light was. She could only vaguely sense that this fiery red light contained an unimaginably terrifying power. His artifact spirit, the embodiment replied. Artifact spirit. Hua Qingxi frowned and immediately said in surprise, Artifact spirit transformation? An artifact spirit was an incorporeal being, born from an artifact and extinguished along with it. But this artifact spirit in front of them could actually transform by itself, so it was obviously not an ordinary artifact spirit. She suddenly remembered that in the information she had inquired before, it was said that at the auction in Maplewood City, more than a year ago, a transformed artifact spirit was auctioned. Could it be this one in front of them? However, how could a mere artifact spirit reverse this stalemate? Hua Qingxi really didn't know what Big Rock was so happy about. I hope your appearance can awaken the consciousness of the main body, the embodiment secretly prayed in his heart. Yang Kai had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the three masters from the Emperor realm, but he still refused to retreat. This was definitely not a good thing. The embodiment had been trying to call out to the main body and ask him to leave, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to awaken the main body's consciousness. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly arrived. With the spiritual connection between her and the main body, perhaps it would have a miraculous effect. The fact was indeed as the embodiment expected. The moment Lu Yin appeared in the distance, Yang Kai's divine sense fluctuations suddenly became chaotic. He stood quietly in place, looking at the fiery red light in the distance that was rapidly approaching. A trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, and then he began to struggle violently. Screech! The clear and loud screech pierced Yang Kai's heart like a sharp sword. The fiery red light was like a prairie fire, burning fiercely in Yang Kai's consciousness. The inseparable spiritual connection between him and the artifact's spirit also played a vital role at this moment. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became clear for a moment. In the next moment, he realized that he was in a dangerous situation, and his brows furrowed. The situation has changed. Let's end this quickly. Chen Wenhao saw that Yang Kai's situation was not right, so he immediately shouted in a low voice, and prepared to use his ultimate move to determine the winner in the shortest time possible. Chapter 2105. Hearing this, Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also activated their source power. Master, why are you so ruthless? Yang Kai suddenly spoke. The three from the Emperor realm were stunned. From the beginning of the battle until now, Yang Kai had only spoken a few words, but what he said before was like a roar of a person who had lost his mind. But now his voice was extremely stable, and it was obvious that he had his own thoughts. Demon, don't be long-winded. Today either you die or we die. Chen Wenhao suddenly shouted. He pointed the long sword in his hand, and the 3,000 laws of sword Dao pressed down on Yang Kai. Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also attacked at the same time. Yang Kai's breath stagnated. After regaining his mind, he completely felt the horror of the powerhouses from the Emperor realm. The combined force of these three was definitely not something he could resist now. Previously, he was able to tangle with them for so long completely, because of the demonic thoughts, which drove his survival and killing instincts. But now, facing the shocking joint attack of the three great emperors, Yang Kai immediately felt a fatal threat. He tapped his feet repeatedly and retreated. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly burst out with dark light. When the three from the Emperor realm met that pitch-black pupil, their movements couldn't help but become sluggish. In that black pupil, there seemed to be the evolution of the world, as if there were stars, sun, and moon alternating. A desolate and ancient aura suddenly filled the air. The sky was dark. It was so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers. The pitch-black darkness enveloped heaven and earth, turning into a cage that covered an area of 100 miles. No matter how dazzling the sword and spear shadows, even if the 9 suns in the sky shone together, they still couldn't penetrate this seal of darkness. The three from the Emperor realm, who had joined forces, felt their hearts skip a beat. Their companions who were just inches away suddenly disappeared. When they released their divine senses, it was also disrupted by the endless power of darkness, and was extremely chaotic. That darkness seemed to extend to the end of the world, causing the entire world to sink. After the three great emperors experienced the initial panic, they immediately calmed down. Their emotions immediately calmed down, and they all made hand seals at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword rays flew out at the same time. The Thunder Goose spear turned into a lightning flood dragon, and soared into the sky. The 9 suns exploded with a dazzling radiance and exploded. A glimmer of light appeared in the boundless darkness. Soon after, the ray of light expanded rapidly, until the darkness was completely dispelled. The three of them stood in the air and looked around. They were the only ones left here. As for the devil, he was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had run off to. They looked at each other. The faces of the three turned extremely ugly. They used their divine senses to cover the ground, but they couldn't pinpoint the direction of the fiend's escape. What kind of divine technique is this? Feng Ming's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Chen Wenhao shook her head. I don't know. We have to report this matter to the sect as soon as possible. And we have to make a trip to the Star Soul Palace. The Star Soul Palace might know something about the birth of the ancient giant demon's demonic consciousness. Gao Shueting put away her scorching sun mirror and stroked its surface. There were traces of dark energy on the mirror. It was like a maggot in one's bones that couldn't be removed. A distressed expression appeared on her face. Junior Sister Gao's words are reasonable. There's no time to lose. We have to immediately set off for the Star Soul Palace. I hope the great emperors can see through this. As Chen Wenhao spoke, he reached out and took out a jade pendant. After pouring his divine sense into it, he crushed the jade pendant. Immediately, a complicated and strange pattern appeared in front of him. It flashed and disappeared with the wind. Feng Ming and Gao Shueting also used different secret techniques to transmit what they had seen and heard to the sect's headquarters. The three of them immediately set off for the Star Soul Palace. They planned to visit the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace and ask for answers. As for whether the escaped fiend would go to the nearby Maplewood City, it was no longer their concern. The fiend's actions were mysterious and tyrannical. Even if the three of them joined forces, they couldn't kill him. In the end, the barrier divine technique that the fiend used made the three of them tremble in fear. If the fiend had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the three of them would have been injured or killed. They didn't take the small Maplewood City seriously. If they hadn't known that the ancient great demon's seal was broken, they wouldn't have come to such a place with their status. After a short while, the wilderness regained its tranquility. At the same time, in Maplewood City, a beautiful young woman with an ice-cold expression quietly entered the city. She wore a fiery red robe that resembled the rosy clouds. Countless cultivator survivors couldn't help but look at this beautiful young woman when they saw her. However, there were also some people who faintly sensed that this beautiful young woman had a spiritual nature that was different from ordinary people. She was elegant and violent, making it hard for people to fathom her. After a short while, the young woman took out a sound bead and poured her divine sense into it. It seemed like she was communicating with someone. After a short while, she put away the sound bead and went into a deserted alley. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. The young woman seemed to have sensed something and turned her head around. After seeing the young girl, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You must be little sister Xiaoqi, right?" Mo Xiaoqi furrowed her brows and looked behind the young woman. However, she didn't see the familiar figure. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who are you? Did Big Brother Yang ask you to look for me?" "That's right." The young woman nodded. She stretched out her hand, and the sound bead appeared in her palm. "This is indeed what I gave to Big Brother Yang." Mo Xiaoqi nodded and asked again, "Where is Big Brother Yang?" "I heard from City Lord Duan that he was corroded by the demonic qi outside the city. Is he okay?" She looked extremely nervous and worried about Yang Kai's safety. "My master's life isn't in danger for the time being. It's just that he has some minor problems, so it's inconvenient for him to meet you. So he asked me to inform you, little sister Xiaoqi," the young woman replied. "It's good that he's okay." Mo Xiaoqi was relieved. She glanced at the young woman and asked with a smile, "Big sister, how should I address you?" "Master gave me the name Lu Yan," the young woman replied. A strange look appeared on Mo Xiaoqi's face and she said, "Big Brother Yang seems to be in the First Order Dao Source realm, right? Big sister Lu Yan, you are also in the First Order Dao Source realm. Why do you call him master?" Lu Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "Without master, I wouldn't be who I am today. Master has given me a new lease of life." Mo Xiaoqi curled her lips and said, "Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. Big sister, what are you going to do next?" "Under master's orders, I'm going to stay in the Zhang family's old mansion outside the city. And master also ordered me to take the Zhang family's people with me," Lu Yan said. Since Big Brother Yang said so, come with me, Emo Xiaoqi said. Lu Yan shook her head and said, Shopkeeper Kong is at the critical moment of his breakthrough, right? Are the City Lord Master and the others in front of your cave mansion? Yes, Emo Xiaoqi nodded. Lu Yan smiled slightly and said, It's not convenient for me to meet City Lord Duan and the others. Please send the Zhang family's people out of the city, Miss Xiaoqi. I'll wait for you outside the city. After saying so, Lu Yan turned into a stream of light and shot out of the city. At the same time, Duan Yuan Shan, who was waiting in front of his cave mansion, seemed to have sensed something and glanced in the direction of Lu Yan. He said in surprise, What a strange aura. Another Dao Source Realm cultivator? On the other side, after Emo Xiaoqi saw Lu Yan disappear, she looked around curiously. She rolled her eyes and said suspiciously, She doesn't have any human aura. This sister is really strange. Although she was curious about what Lu Yan was, since she was related to Yang Kai, Emo Xiaoqi pretended not to know. However, she also understood why Lu Yan said it was not convenient for her to meet City Lord Duan and the others. Duan Yuan Shan was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He might be able to see through her at a glance. Emo Xiaoqi shook her head. Emo Xiaoqi rushed in the direction of her cave mansion. Half an hour later, outside the city, Emo Xiaoqi brought the Zhang family's people to Lu Yan. The Zhang family's people probably heard something from Emo Xiaoqi, so they didn't feel any sense of rejection towards Lu Yan. Instead, after noticing her profound cultivation, they all saluted her with a solemn expression. Lu Yan's powerful cultivation in the first-order Dao Source realm alone wasn't something the Zhang family could ignore. What's more, she had a master-servant relationship with Yang Kai. You must be little Miss Ruashi, right? You're really pure and lovely. Lu Yan's eyes swept over the Zhang family's people and finally fixed on Zhang Ruashi. While smiling, a trace of suspicion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruashi differently. The little girl's body probably hadn't matured yet. Although she was beautiful, if Yang Kai really wanted a woman, would he need to find a little girl? With his current cultivation, he could get any woman he wanted with just a few words. What's more, with Lu Yan's understanding of Yang Kai, he wasn't the kind of man who was lustful. As for her cultivation, Zhang Ruashi was a second-order Saint King. How could such a cultivation help Yang Kai? Therefore Lu Yan was puzzled. Ruashi greets Master Lu Yan. When Zhang Ruashi heard Lu Yan call her name, her pretty face blushed, and she saluted with a slightly flustered look. Lu Yan smiled back. Master Lu Yan, sir. Zhang Ruashi bit her red lips and summoned her courage to ask. The old woman, and the beautiful woman of the Zhang family, also looked over nervously, wanting to know the whereabouts and safety of Yang Kai. Master is fine, you don't have to worry. He's just a little weak after being eroded by the demonic qi. He's currently recuperating and will be back in a few days, Lu Yan explained. Then this old lady can rest assured. The Zhang family matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Ruashi and the others also looked relieved. Little sister Xiaoqi, I'll take them back first, Lu Yan said to Emo Xiaoqi. Emo Xiaoqi nodded. And I'll see Big Brother Yang when he comes back. The two parties bid farewell. Lu Yan and the Zhang family rushed to their residence outside the city and returned in a short time. After returning home, the Zhang family treated Lu Yan like a guest of honor and arranged the best room for him. Lu Yan told everyone that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, so he closed the doors and windows and set up a barrier to isolate the inside from the outside world. In the room, she opened her mouth and spat out a longan-sized bead. She held it in the palm of her hand and stared at it. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry, no longer as relaxed as before. This bead was the sealed world bead. At that time, Yang Kai was awakened by Lu Yan's appearance. He forced himself to use the ancient great demon's secret technique to imprison the three masters of the Emperor realm with the power of darkness. Then, he used the space secret technique to meet up with Lu Yan. After handing the sealed world bead to her for safekeeping, he hid in it to seek refuge. Chapter 2106. Before Yang Kai hid in the sealed world bead, He had hurriedly explained some things to Lu Yan. Lu Yan's identity was quite special, so it was not convenient for him to move around. So Yang Kai had him temporarily stay in the Zhang family's residence outside the city. During the moment when his mind was clear, Yang Kai considered a lot of things. His current state was undoubtedly very dangerous, not to mention the possibility of losing his mind and turning into a demon if he did not hide in the sealed world bead and wantonly wandered outside. Chen Wenhao and the others were bound to catch him and kill him. What's more, in his bloodthirsty state, he had an instinctive desire to kill. If he accidentally broke into Maplewood City, the entire city would likely be slaughtered by him. He only had one place to go, the small sealed world. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's consciousness was groggy and muddled. If it were not for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge, protecting the last trace of Yang Kai's consciousness, he would have already lost himself in the powerful force and lost his sense of self. At this moment, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was entangled with the demonic sense of the ancient great demon. Both sides were evenly matched, leaving Yang Kai at his wit's end. If it was just a crisis in his knowledge it would have been fine. With the powerful effect of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was confident that he would not lose his mind. However, his body had accumulated an unimaginable amount of ancient pure demonic qi. When the demonic sense entered his body, it covered a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Even the demonic qi of the demons gathered in his body. Although the soul-warming lotus was powerful, its effect was only on the soul and had no effect on the physical body. If the problem of his physical body was not solved, he would fall into the ancient demonic path sooner or later. The roaring and roaring continued. It was extremely oppressive and terrifying. Affected by Yang Kai's emotions, the world energy in the small sealed world bead was chaotic. Hua Qingxi's face was pale as she hid under the Dharmakaya's feet. She used the Dharmakaya's thick thighs as a shelter from the wind. Her beautiful eyes stared in horror in the direction of the sound. Her powerful cultivation base in the third-order Tao source realm was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the tides of power set off by Yang Kai. She was in danger of being overturned at any time. The avatar's expression was grave as well. Her bright eyes were filled with worry, but there was nothing she could do. Gradually, the roars became louder and louder. Yang Kai seemingly acting on instinct and frantically destroying everything inside the small sealed world. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The earth cracked, the mountain range rose and fell, and gravel rolled down. At a certain moment, the endless roar suddenly stopped. The earth-shattering commotion also disappeared at once. Hua Qingxi silently sensed for a moment before asking with difficulty, "What's going on over there?" The embodiment squinted his eyes, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. He said in a deep voice, "It seems like he regained his consciousness for a moment. What do you think will happen if I go over and beg him to let me out now?" Hua Qingxi really couldn't stand the torment of being on tenterhooks, and a ridiculous idea sprouted in the depths of her heart. "You can give it a try." The embodiment glanced at her leisurely. All of a sudden, he raised his head and looked into the distance, and exclaimed in surprise. Immediately his eyes lit up, and he said, "Yes, maybe that thing has a miraculous effect." "What is it?" Hua Qingxi asked in surprise. The embodiment ignored her, and the beautiful woman couldn't help but pout. On the other side, Yang Kai rushed to the medicine garden with the help of his divine senses' temporary sobriety. He realized his biggest problem the last time he was sober, and that was the surging demonic qi in his body. The problem of demonic qi couldn't be solved. He would never be able to get rid of the demonic qi of the ancient great demon. He suddenly thought of the immortal tree planted in the medicine garden. The immortal tree was immortal and indestructible, existing forever in the world. If he could find a way to integrate it into his body, not only would he be able to achieve the legendary immortal and indestructible body, but the power of the immortal tree would probably be enough to resist the demonic qi in his body and suppress it. The sealed world bead was refined by Yang Kai, and the sealed world bead was his only heart. He arrived at the medicine garden in an instant and sat cross-legged in front of the immortal tree, silently circulating his secret art, trying to draw the power of the immortal tree into his body. When he obtained the immortal tree at the beginning of the year, he tried to refine it, but he couldn't do anything about it. But at that time, he was only a first-order origin king. Perhaps it was because his strength wasn't high enough. At this moment, he had reached the first-order Dao Source realm, which was an entire great realm higher than before. It was indeed necessary to give it a try. But soon, he helplessly found that even though he had reached the first-order Dao Source realm, he couldn't draw any of the power of the immortal tree. The immortal tree, which wasn't very tall, took root in the medicine garden and exuded shocking vitality, making the entire sealed world bead seem full of vitality, but he couldn't use it. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of despair in his heart. Normally, this kind of emotion wouldn't be a big deal. But now, he was entangled by the ancient demonic qi. And as soon as this feeling of despair was born, it was expanded infinitely by the ancient demonic qi. In an instant, the entire sealed world bead was filled with this kind of heavy atmosphere. Even Hua Qingxi, who was far away, was shrouded in this kind of despair. Her pretty face suddenly became gloomy, and she was about to cry. Infected by this kind of emotion, she seemed to see herself trapped in this strange space for the rest of her life, alone for the rest of her life. Even until death, she would only be accompanied by Big Stone. She hurriedly reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes, her fingers becoming wet. Ha! The embodiment sighed heavily. Why do I suddenly feel so sad? Hua Qingxi raised her head and looked at the embodiment. She kept wiping the corners of her eyes with her white hands, but the tears in the corners of her eyes were like broken pearls. She wiped them again and again, and there was no end to them. The embodiment stretched out his door-sized hand and patted Hua Qingxi's head gently. The beautiful woman's body suddenly shrank, and she cried out tenderly, "I'm so sad. Why are you crying like this? Ugh, I hate it. I can't stop my tears." As she spoke, her eyes were already red and swollen like peaches. "Ha!" the embodiment exclaimed again, and with this exclamation, he suddenly stood up and looked straight into the distance, as if he had seen an extremely incredible scene. His eyes, which seemed to be embedded in his stone head, trembled violently due to the ups and downs of his emotions. He cried out involuntarily, "This is..." In the medicine garden, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in front of the immortal tree, trying to draw out the power of the immortal tree, but to no avail. Unintentionally, he had drawn in another force. The gold and silver tree planted next to the immortal tree suddenly trembled slightly, and two rays of light gushed out from the trunk. One gold, one silver. Extremely pure. The gold and silver rays of light were like fairies fluttering in the wind, turning into specks of silver and gold light, and like dancing butterflies, they flew around Yang Kai. Yang Kai was stunned. This gold and silver tree was planted from the seed he obtained after killing the wood spirit, and it had grown since then. At that time, the seed was also gold and silver, and each of the two colors occupied half of the seed. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of seed it was. It was just that the wood spirit had existed for a long time, and its birth must have been a result of the exotic ancient tree's sentience. In other words, the gold and silver seeds must be the seeds of an exotic ancient tree. He planned to slowly inquire about it in the future, but at this moment, the gold and silver tree exuded such power, which made him slightly absent-minded. While he was still in a daze, the golden and silver profound lights had already shot into his body and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled, and then showed a wry smile. He had no idea what the gold and silver rays of light could do, or what harm they could do, but now that his demonic qi was surging, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Yang Kai simply let them enter his body. The next moment his body suddenly shook, and his eyes widened, bursting with light. The demonic qi that had been surging on the surface of his body seemed to be restrained by something, roaring and hissing as it drilled into his body through his pores. Not long after, Kai Yang's figure reappeared. At the same time, the demonic qi in his body was being compressed and solidified by a mysterious force, gathering in a certain part of his body. Although the demonic qi was terrifying, the mysterious force was also inconceivably powerful. It was like herding sheep, driving all the demonic chi to his lower abdomen. Then a burning pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth to cry out in pain, when the burning heat suddenly turned into a bone-piercing cold. He couldn't help but shiver, and the blood in his body almost froze. Before he could adapt, the feeling turned into burning heat again, and then cold again, and again. He didn't know how many times this went on, but Yang Kai was almost tortured to death. Suddenly, a dazzling gold and silver ray of light bloomed from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he vaguely realized something. He tore off his clothes and looked down. He saw that at his lower abdomen, the gold and silver rays of light were like two fish, connected head and tail, swimming quickly. And as they swam, a mysterious and wonderful pattern gradually took shape, appearing like a brand. After a while, the gold and silver rays of light burst out with an even more dazzling light, and disappeared in a flash. Kai Yang let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. A gentle breeze blew, and the small sealed world was quiet. Only the embodiment in the distance was muttering to himself. What the hell was that? What was that? Hua Qingxi walked out of the shadow of infinite grief, rubbing her eyes and asking shyly, "Is that guy dead?" The embodiment glanced at her and grinned. "Sorry to disappoint you, but he's alive and well." "Damn it." Hua Qingxi gnashed her teeth for a while. "He made me cry like a little girl." She was ashamed and resentful and said fiercely, "If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man." After saying that, she looked at the embodiment and said, "Big Stone, you will help me, right?" "Oh, do you have a plan to take revenge?" The embodiment looked at her with interest. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind, and said confidently, "A hero can't resist the charms of a beauty." Hearing this, the embodiment nodded and praised. Chapter 2107. In the Small Sealed World. Yang Kai slowly woke up after an unknown amount of time had passed. The moment he opened his eyes, the previous scenes immediately appeared in his mind. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately sat up, frowning as he sensed the situation in his body. To his surprise and bewilderment, the devil chi that had caused him so much trouble had actually vanished without a trace in his body. Instead, there was an indescribable pain in his lower abdomen. It was like a burning pain, but also like a freezing pain. It was extremely strange. He quickly looked down and saw a strange gold and silver pattern on his lower abdomen. It was like a brand that had appeared on his flesh. "What is this?" Yang Kai was puzzled and looked at the brand. However, just as his consciousness was immersed in the imprint, his vision suddenly turned black. It was as if the entire world had turned dark. In that boundless darkness, there was a berserk aura roaring furiously, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle and escape. Yang Kai was shocked and bit the tip of his tongue. A tingling sensation came, allowing his mind to clear up. When he looked again, where was the boundless darkness? Everything he saw before was just an illusion. A seal. He raised his brow, showing a surprised and shocked expression. At this moment, he had completely figured out what had happened. The gold and silver pattern branded on his lower abdomen was obviously a very profound seal. All the demonic chi in his body, and the trace of demonic sense in his knowledge, were suppressed by this seal in his lower abdomen, not allowing the slightest bit of it to leak out. "Is there such a thing in this world?" he whispered, his expression changing. How strong was the demonic chi? How ferocious was the demonic sense? He had personally experienced it. With his strength, after being entangled by the demonic chi and controlled by the demonic sense, he was still able to fight a fierce battle with 3 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It was obvious how tyrannical he was. However, at this moment, a naturally formed seal had suppressed all of them. If he hadn't deliberately tried to pry into it, he wouldn't have been able to do so. He couldn't detect the demonic chi and demonic thoughts in his body. So how mysterious and powerful was this seal? Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately turned his head to look at the gold and silver tree. In the next moment, his expression froze. The originally thriving gold and silver trees now looked like they were malnourished. The leaves were withered and yellow, and their heads drooped. The original gold and silver lights were nowhere to be seen. He looked like Yuan Qi was seriously injured. That seal. Clearly, it was formed by the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree. That was why the gold and silver tree became like this after that power was extracted. The gold and silver trees had only existed in the herb garden for about a year. However, the medicine garden in the small sealed world contained countless heavy earths and 5 earth vein beads, which were extremely suitable for the growth of spirit grasses and medicines. Survive in the herb garden for a year. Basically, it was equivalent to living in the outside world for 100 years. The century-old essence of the gold and silver tree had been sucked dry by Yang Kai, forming a natural seal to suppress the demonic will of the ancient demonic qi was not too outrageous. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. If he was right, he wouldn't have to worry about being eroded by the demonic will in the future. Although he didn't know how long the seal in his lower abdomen would last, as long as he gave the gold and silver tree another year, it would be able to regenerate that mysterious power. At that time, even if the seal loosened, Yang Kai could continue to use the power of the gold and silver tree to suppress it. He was very curious. What kind of ancient exotic tree was this? How could it have such powerful power? Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand. In the next moment, a light flashed, and the embodiment in Hua Qingxi appeared not far from Yang Kai at the same time. You've solved your problem? The embodiment stared at Yang Kai. He couldn't feel any demonic qi from him, so he couldn't help but feel strange. Yang Kai nodded, and with a move of his divine sense, he poured all kinds of information into the embodiment. After a moment of contemplation, the embodiment understood everything and nodded. So that's how it is. He also looked at the gold and silver tree, his eyes bursting with light. Little brother, how are you? Hua Qingxi forced a smile, but her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai's previous display of power had left a psychological shadow that was very difficult to erase. The man surnamed Fu, who was on par with her, was killed with a single palm strike. Although Yang Kai didn't kill her immediately, as a prisoner, she didn't feel safe. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her charm and said, "Your previous state made me very worried." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently and said, "Let me ask you a question." "Little brother, please ask away," Hua Qingxi said embarrassedly. "Do you recognize this tree?" Yang Kai pointed at the gold and silver tree and asked. In his opinion, since Hua Qingxi was from the Star Soul Palace and had extraordinary strength, she should be very knowledgeable. Maybe she would know something. But to his disappointment, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes were full of confusion when she looked at the strange tree. Obviously, she didn't recognize it. On the other hand, the immortal tree on the side exuded a shocking aura of life, which made Hua Qingxi take a few more glances at it. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "This is the immortal tree," Yang Kai explained. Hua Qingxi's delicate body shook, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on her face. Then, her expression changed drastically, and she covered her ears with both hands. While shaking her head, she muttered, "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Yang Kai was stunned and glanced at the embodiment, saying, "Is this woman crazy?" The embodiment chuckled. "The more you know, the more dangerous your situation is. She's very smart. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at Hua Qingxi with ridicule, saying, "Whether you listen or not, you won't be able to obtain your freedom. Stinking brat." Hua Qingxi suddenly looked angry. She gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "Have I ever offended you? Why do you torture me like this? Have you forgotten who saved your life when you were in danger before? It was me. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have died in the hands of that bastard Fu Xitong. Not only are you ungrateful, but you repay kindness with ingratitude. I was really blind to want to save you. If I had known this would happen, I would have let you die. At least I wouldn't have to suffer the pain of imprisonment." She looked sad and indignant. Standing on the moral high ground, she criticized Yang Kai. Her words were righteous and strict. There was a sonorous sound. When she got to the point where she was agitated, her pretty face was red with anger, and her chest rose and fell violently. Yang Kai didn't say a word, and just looked at her with interest. When she finished, he slowly shook his head and said, "At that time, whether you did or not, Fu Sitong couldn't hurt me. If he really dared to do it, he would only suffer losses." In this regard, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Although he couldn't control his own body at that time, how could the boundless demonic qi that wrapped around his body be so easy to break? If Fu Sitong really did attack him, he would only be devoured by the demonic qi. Even if that's the case, you can't deny my intention to save you. I am your savior, so you can't treat me like this and imprison me here, Hua Qingxi said through gritted teeth. Don't tell me you don't have selfish motives for saving me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Hua Qingxi said angrily, I have no grievances with you, and I don't even know you before. What selfish motives do I have? Do you think you're so handsome that I've taken a liking to you? You are from Star Soul Palace, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked without thinking. That's right. Hua Qingxi replied haughtily and threatened fiercely. I am indeed from the Star Soul Palace. If you know what's good for you, you'd better release me quickly. Otherwise, you'll definitely be in big trouble. Although I didn't kill Han Lung, I was present at the scene. When he died, I was there, Yang Kai said with narrowed eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hua Qingxi evaded his question with a guilty look on her face. Yang Kai chuckled. Fu Sitong appeared in Maplewood City to investigate the cause of Ning Yuancheng's death. But aren't you here to investigate Han Lung's death? He said with a look of understanding. Apart from that, I really can't figure out why you masters would condescend to come to a small place like Maplewood City. I was just passing by, I couldn't. Hua Qingxi said stubbornly. You really came here to investigate Han Lung's death? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. If he was only guessing before, then he was completely sure now. When he said those words just now, he was completely sure. Hua Qingxi's mood fluctuated slightly. If they were outside, Yang Kai might not be able to detect it, but inside the small sealed world, nothing could escape his divine sense. Are you trying to trick me? Hua Qingxi was startled and shouted in exasperation. You actually came to investigate the cause of the death of an abandoned disciple. It seems that Han Lung either has an extraordinary background or is hiding some kind of secret. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin, as if he was talking to himself. In fact, his divine sense had never left Hua Qingxi. The former is unlikely. It is said that Han Lung was hunted down by your Star Soul Palace disciples countless times. If he really had some kind of background, he wouldn't have been treated like this. So it is the latter possibility? This old lady will kill you. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed and pushed the source qi in her body, wanting to attack Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai's previous performance made her very wary, the current Yang Kai was only at the level of the First Order Dao Source realm, so Hua Qingxi should be able to deal with him. But she was obviously too naive. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand, and the world principles suddenly changed, directly freezing Hua Qingxi in midair. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. In desperation, she could only shoot a glance at the embodiment. Yang Kai looked at the embodiment strangely and said, Didn't you tell her that in this world, everything is under my control? She didn't ask, the embodiment chuckled. Then why did she shoot you a glance? Probably to ask me to join her. The embodiment said with an innocent expression. Hey, why are you guys talking so enthusiastically? Hua Qingxi was shocked and shouted at the embodiment. Big Stone. Don't you want to regain your freedom? Now is the best time, why don't you act quickly? The embodiment spread his hands at her and said, There's nothing I can do. My condolences. Hua Qingxi was left with no other choice. She could only bite her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes watery as she looked at Yang Kai pitifully, and said in a soft voice, Little brother, I was wrong. Please let me down. The embodiment was shocked and said, Where is your integrity? No one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Hua Qingxi glared at the embodiment angrily and gnashed her teeth. Traitor. The embodiment suddenly looked embarrassed. Chapter 2108. I never agreed to join forces with you, so how am I a traitor? The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi innocently. I don't care. Stop pestering me. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Tell me, what is Han Lung's secret?" "I don't know." Hua Qingxi replied simply. "Haha." Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "It seems that you haven't figured out how awkward your current situation is. Since that's the case, let's talk again when you're more clear-headed." Having said that, he waved his hand. Hua Qingxi, who was floating in the air, suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai had thrown her somewhere in the small sealed world bead. Immediately, Yang Kai made a few hand seals and sent a few seals into the air. It seemed that he was using some kind of secret technique to target Hua Qingxi. Although this woman has a low IQ, she's not a bad person, the embodiment suddenly said. "I know." Yang Kai nodded. "If she didn't want to save me, I wouldn't have sent her here. I would have killed her long ago. It's good that you have a sense of propriety." After the embodiment finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai's body and said, "You'd better deal with your injuries as soon as possible." In the previous battle, because of the demon sense, he was not afraid of death. As a result, he fought endlessly with the three great masters of the Emperor realm, and was injured many times. The principal strength of the three great emperors lingered around his wounds, making it difficult for him to heal. If it were an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator, they would have suffered such injuries. Apart from taking some pills to prevent the injuries from worsening, there was no other way to deal with it. But in the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai could use the world principles of this space to get rid of the residual principle strength entangling his wounds. After 3 days, Yang Kai finally finished treating his injuries. With the help of the astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree in the medicine garden, as well as his own powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai's injuries had basically healed. There were no traces of injuries on his body, but after a great battle, he was still weak. He had to rest for a few days before he could fully recover. He left the small sealed world. He showed up in the guest room of the Zhang family. Lu Yan had been standing guard in front of the sealed world bead all this time. When she saw Yang Kai appear, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with joy, "Master." While speaking, she glanced back and forth at Yang Kai to make sure that he was safe and sound. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded at her and reached out to retrieve the sealed world bead. "Very good. You've also advanced to the Dao Source realm. Congratulations." Previously, Lu Yan had been sleeping in the magma under the Yuan Furnace Mountain, absorbing the scorching heat of the magma. Yang Kai felt that she was about to advance, but after waiting for a month without any news, he had no choice but to set off for Maplewood City. Fortunately, Lu Yan returned at the critical moment and used the inseparable spiritual connection between the two to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "My Dao Source realm cultivation is far inferior to Master's." Lu Yan smiled slightly. "Don't belittle yourself. You are different from ordinary living beings. You don't have such unique advantages. Since the heavens have allowed you to take this step today, they will definitely let you go further. I hope." Lu Yan also showed a look of yearning. "By the way, see if this is useful to you." Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and took out something from his space ring. As soon as that thing appeared, the temperature of the entire room suddenly rose, and an aura that could burn everything spread out. "This is..." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the thing in Yang Kai's hand in shock. It was a feather that was 1 meter long. It was completely golden in color, but there seemed to be a pitch-black flame burning on the feather. It seemed to be alive and jumping. At a glance, the flame seemed to be able to incinerate one's soul. "The feather of Luan Feng," Yang Kai explained. This feather of Luan Feng was picked up by him in Clear Jade Mountain. It was not a feather left behind by a young Luan Feng, but the divine feather of an adult divine spirit. This kind of thing had always been a priceless treasure. It could be used to create the best artifacts. But Yang Kai felt that giving it to Lu Yan should be the best choice. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Lu Yan's tender body shook violently. She stared at the feather of Luan Feng, and her beautiful eyes trembled. She said bitterly, "I can try to refine it." "That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled and handed the feather to her. Lu Yan took it and played with it fondly. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai immediately put her into the sealed world bead and let her refine it herself. Then, Yang Kai walked out of the room and met with the Zhang family. When they saw Yang Kai, the Zhang family naturally asked about his well-being, especially Zhang Ruoxi. Although she was shy and did not say a word, Yang Kai could feel her concern and reassurance from her gaze from time to time. After chatting with the Zhang family for a while, Yang Kai returned to his room and took out the sound bead to report to Imo Xiaoqi that he was safe. Xiaoqi was very happy and immediately said that she wanted to visit Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stop her, she cut off the connection. He could only smile helplessly. After a while, Yang Kai felt several tyrannical auras approaching from afar. Before they arrived, a person's voice came from afar. "Haha, Brother Yang, we have come to visit you." The voice was full of energy and spread everywhere. After the Zhang family members heard who had sent the message, they immediately went into a panic. Under the lead of the Zhang family matriarch, they all went out to greet them. After a short while, a light flashed and several figures appeared. The Zhang family's old matriarch bowed slightly and said loudly, "The Zhang family is honored by the city lord's visit. Please forgive this old matriarch for not going out to greet you." The rest of the people also greeted Duan Yuan Shan. Duan Yuan Shan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Old matriarch, you don't need to be so courteous. This city lord came uninvited. I hope you can forgive me. And I came here to see Brother Yang. I wonder if Lord Yang is resting in the guest room. Please come in." The old matriarch's voice was steady, but anyone could see that she was suppressing her excitement. Normally, how could a small family like the Zhang family enter the eyes of the city lord master? Let alone come here from Maplewood City in person. But at this moment, this impossible thing had become a reality. Although they knew that this was because of Yang Kai, it was still a glory for the Zhang family. The Zhang family now only had a group of orphans and widows left, so it was easy for other families to target them. But if today's matter spread out, those families who had designs on the Zhang family might not have the guts to take action. They might even have to depend on the Zhang family for survival. The old matriarch saw the hope of the Zhang family's rise, and she felt even more grateful to Yang Kai in her heart. "Thank you for your hospitality." Duan Yuan Shan smiled faintly and was about to descend with the other two, but one of them impatiently turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the Zhang family's main residence, disappearing in front of a guest room. So impatient, Duan Yuan Shan could only smile bitterly when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. In the guest room, Kong Si Ran pushed open the door and entered, only to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Kong Si Ran nervously observed Yang Kai's state, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I heard from the city lord master that you were corroded by the demonic qi outside the city, and almost turned into a demon. It really scared me to death." "That's true. Fortunately, I managed to avert the disaster." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Kong Si Ran said with shame. This Kong was in retreat to break through a bottleneck at that time, so he didn't know anything about it. "It wasn't until the day before yesterday that I learned the news, but at that time, you had already disappeared. I, the city lord master, and the others searched everywhere, but still couldn't find you. This Kong is really ashamed to face Brother Yang." Kong Si Ran's expression wasn't fake, and what he said was from the bottom of his heart. After all, if Yang Kai hadn't given him a Dao Source pill, he wouldn't have been able to become a Dao Source realm cultivator. Moreover, Kong Si Ran could vaguely feel that the Dao Source pill with pill veins didn't just bring him a breakthrough to a great realm, but also some other changes. He couldn't tell what those changes were, but he had a feeling in his heart that the First Order Dao Source realm wasn't the end of his martial Dao. He still had hope to advance further, and perhaps he could even take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. This was equivalent to the grace of a new lease of life, and Kong Si Ran felt that he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Yang Kai's kindness to him was as heavy as a mountain, but when Yang Kai was in danger, he didn't know about it, which made Kong Si Ran feel very guilty. Now that he saw that Yang Kai was safe, he finally felt a little better. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Brother Kong, thank you for your concern." "Don't say that." Kong Si Ran scratched his cheek. "Shopkeeper Kong has a good relationship with Brother Yang." A voice came as Duan Yuan Shan strode in, followed by Mo Xiaoqi. After seeing Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, but she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, "I wanted to come alone, but City Lord Duan and Shopkeeper Kong heard that you were back, so they insisted on following me." "It's not Miss Xiaoqi's fault. It was this Duan who came uninvited. I hope I didn't disturb Brother Yang's rest." Duan Yuanshan chuckled. "City Lord Duan is too polite." Yang Kai smiled calmly and nodded to Mo Xiaoqi. "My room is simple, please take a seat." Duan Yuanshan didn't act polite and found a chair to sit on. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoqi and Kong Si Ran let nature take its course. After taking a seat, Duan Yuanshan's expression turned solemn, and he said, "Brother Yang, this Duan has to apologize to you first." "City Lord, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused and asked. Duan Yuanshan said, "At that time, Zhuang Pan escaped, and the 7 points black tortoise array collapsed by itself, while you were corroded by the demonic qi. This Duan couldn't save you, and every time I think about it, I feel apologetic." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Duan is too serious. I was naturally aware of the situation at that time, and it wasn't your fault." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Duan Yuanshan said with a smile, "Brother Yang is really a reasonable person." He's just greedy for life and afraid of death," Kong Si Ran said angrily. Chapter 2109. Shopkeeper Kong, when did this Duan offend you? Duan Yuanshan looked at Kong Si Ran blankly. Speaking of which, although he didn't have any friendship with Kong Si Ran before, they still had many interactions. After all, Kong Si Ran was a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and had a powerful background. Even if his strength wasn't high, Duan Yuanshan still couldn't ignore him. But since Kong Si Ran advanced to the Dao Source realm, Duan Yuanshan found that his attitude towards him had become very disrespectful, especially after he heard about Yang Kai's accident. His attitude became even worse. This puzzled Duan Yuanshan, and at the same time annoyed him. He felt that Kong Si Ran had become arrogant once he became strong. At this moment, he was despised by Kong Si Ran in front of Yang Kai. Naturally, Duan Yuanshan couldn't bear it, and his words were filled with anger. City Lord Duan must be joking. How can this Kong be offended by City Lord Master? Kong Si Ran said sarcastically. "You." Duan Yuanshan looked angry. He was the City Lord, and it was fine if Kong Si Ran didn't give him face, but his words were full of sarcasm, and it wasn't good for anyone. "Both of you should stop talking." Yang Kai thought for a moment, and understood why Kong Si Ran suddenly disliked Duan Yuanshan so much. He looked at him with a smile and said, "City Lord Duan was helpless at that time, and he could only protect himself and leave quickly. The fault doesn't lie with City Lord Master. Brother Yang is sensible." Duan Yuanshan snorted coldly, and his expression became slightly amiable. "Is that so?" Kong Si Ran furrowed his brow and glanced at Yang Kai, then cupped his fists at Duan Yuanshan and said, "Since Brother Yang said so, then this Kong will apologize to City Lord Master. This Kong was reckless, and I hope City Lord Master won't take offense." Duan Yuanshan's expression changed and he said, "Brother Kong, you are too polite." While he said so, he was also shocked in his heart, because Kong Si Ran's change in attitude was only possible with a single sentence from Yang Kai. From the looks of it, Kong Si Ran seemed to be following Yang Kai's lead. Otherwise, he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. There was no need to apologize to him. It seems that the relationship between these two isn't as simple as a good one. Duan Yuanshan couldn't help feeling suspicious. He really didn't know what kind of ability Yang Kai possessed to make Kong Si Ran, who was in the same realm, so obedient. "City Lord Duan, where is Zhuang Pan?" Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face. The main culprit might not be Zhuang Pan, but he definitely had something to do with it. If not for his cowardice and fear of death, he would have been the first to run away. The 7 Points Black Tortoise formation wouldn't collapse in an instant. Based on the situation back then, everyone should have been able to hold on for a period of time. Qin Chaoyang wouldn't be injured, and Du Lixhen wouldn't die tragically on the spot. As for whether Yang Kai would be corroded by the demonic thoughts and be plagued by the demonic qi, it was hard to say. Moreover, Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan were not on good terms. Naturally, he hated his cowardice and cowardice. "We don't know where he is," Duan Yuanshan replied with a gloomy face. This Duan didn't know who he was. If I had known that Zhuang Pan was so cowardly, this city lord wouldn't have allowed him to become a member of the formation. He almost harmed everyone. After a pause, he continued. Zhuang Pan didn't return to Maplewood City after he escaped, but with his cultivation, he should have been corroded by the demonic qi. But judging from what happened later, he shouldn't be dead now. We just don't know where he is hiding. Don't let me see him, otherwise, I will make him regret being born in this world. Kong Si Ran coldly snorted. Murderous intent surged like a tide. Duan Yuanshan glanced at him strangely, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "By the way, Brother Yang, that day what happened after?" Hearing his question, Mo Shaoqi and Kong Si Ran also hurriedly looked at him with curiosity. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know. At that time, I was corroded by the demonic qi, and my soul was in chaos. I only felt darkness. When I woke up later, everything had already settled down." He had expected that someone would ask about this, so he had already prepared an answer in his heart. While speaking, he said suspiciously, "But I vaguely felt several shocking energy fluctuations at that time, but I don't know whether they were real or not." Duan Yuanshan continued, "Brother Yang's feeling was right. It was Master Chun Wen Hao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and the masters of the other 2 sects. They seem to have fought with something outside the city." "Oh." Yang Kai showed a surprised expression. "Where are the 3 master now? Did they say anything?" Duan Yuanshan's face turned awkward and he said, "They didn't go to Maplewood City. After that battle, they disappeared." As the city lord of Maplewood City, it was quite embarrassing to talk about this matter. They had already come to his territory, but they didn't meet him, nor did they say anything. Obviously, they didn't put him in their eyes. However, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so he naturally didn't dare to criticize the masters of the Emperor Realm. "So it was the 3 master who got rid of the demonic qi," Yang Kai said solemnly. "The 3 masters are really amazing, and their strength is amazing. They retreated after accomplishing something, but they didn't do anything. It's really admirable." Duan Yuanshan's face also turned serious and he said, "My Maplewood City's calamity has been averted, so we should really thank the 3 master." Even Kong Si Ran and Mo Shaoqi had a look of agreement. Obviously, they felt that the sudden disappearance of the demonic qi was all thanks to the 3 the Emperor Realm's masters, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Yang Kai was happy to hear this, so he naturally wouldn't expose it. "And this Duan came here to see Brother Yang, and also to ask you, are you willing to stay in my Maplewood City? Stay here?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "That's right." Duan Yuanshan nodded. "As far as I know, Brother Yang doesn't come from any sect, and it seems that you don't belong to any family. If Brother Yang is willing to stay in Maplewood City, this Duan is willing to give you the position of Vice City Lord. Brother Yang also knows that Zhuang Pan was originally the Vice City Lord, but he ran away. My Maplewood City just so happens to have a vacancy for the position of Vice City Lord, and with Brother Yang's strength, you are qualified for it." After saying this, Duan Yuanshan looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he wanted him to agree. This, Yang Kai couldn't help but show an awkward look. When everyone was defending Maplewood City, Yang Kai heard this from Qin Chaoyang. He said that Duan Yuanshan intended to make Yang Kai the 3rd Vice City Lord of Maplewood City. Yang Kai's answer at that time was also ambiguous, but he didn't expect that Duan Yuanshan would come here personally and ask this question face to face. Brother Yang isn't a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, a dragon will rise to the sky. How can a small Maplewood City hold him? Kong Si Ran suddenly said from the side. Duan Yuanshan glanced at Kong Si Ran, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "This Duan has a plan in mind." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "City Lord Master, please forgive me, but I am used to wandering alone and won't live in one place for a long time. So, I can only accept City Lord Master's kindness." "It doesn't matter. This Duan is already satisfied with Brother Yang's answer." Mo Shaoqi giggled and said, "Big Brother Yang, if you want to leave Maplewood City one day, just let me know, and I will go with you to explore the world." Yang Kai glanced at her and teased, "Being accompanied by a beauty is naturally what I want." Puffed. Mo Shaoqi immediately blushed and said bashfully, "Big Brother Yang is also so naughty." Duan Yuanshan and Kong Si Ran laughed in unison. But when they looked at the huge birthmark on Mo Shaoqi's face, they sighed in their hearts. If it wasn't for this birthmark, Mo Shaoqi would have been a stunning beauty. But now, even with this birthmark, it still couldn't cover up her beauty. It was just that the birthmark ruined her overall image. Soon after, the three chatted for a while before Duan Yuanshan and the others got up and took their leave. "By the way, Brother Yang." Before Duan Yuanshan left, he suddenly turned around and said, "This Duan has something to tell you." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "I don't know how that guy you had locked up disappeared from the city's prison." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "That old swindler?" "Exactly." A strange look appeared on Duan Yuanshan's face. Although all the cultivators in the city were defending the city at that time, and no one was guarding it, since you had personally placed a seal on his strength, it would have been impossible for him to escape with his cultivation. However, a prison guard came to report that he had disappeared without a trace and didn't leave behind any clues. "It's really strange." Hee. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I know." Duan Yuanshan was stunned and said in amazement, "You already expected this?" Seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem surprised at all, how could Duan Yuanshan not have thought of this? It was just a guess, but now it seems that old swindler isn't simple. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. That old swindler came from Forest City alone and wanted to ask for help from Maplewood City. With just his third-order origin king strength, he was able to safely enter and exit the boundless demonic chi. Obviously, he had some tricks up his sleeve. After that, he was sealed by Yang Kai and disappeared from the prison without anyone noticing. How could an ordinary origin king be able to do this? Yang Kai didn't know what secrets he had that allowed him to have such a mysterious ability. "Do you need to hunt him down?" Duan Yuanshan asked. "If you need, this Duan can help." "There's no need." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just locked him up out of curiosity. I wanted to inquire about the secret of his ability to freely enter and exit the demonic chi, and see if he could be used by the city's cultivator in the future. Now that the crisis has been resolved, there's no need to do anything superfluous. He didn't do anything outrageous, he just likes to swindle people's money, that's all. Since Brother Yang said so, I'll let him go." Duan Yuanshan chuckled and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, you should rest for the next few days. We'll take our leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched the three leave before returning to his room and sitting down. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again and said calmly, "Since you're here, come in. Why are you sneaking around outside?" Chapter 21:10. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, a person rushed in from the outside like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of his hand, the door was closed again. Looking at the person who had just arrived, Yang Kai cupped his hands and laughed. "Old Mr. Qin." The person who had just arrived was none other than the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. "Little Brother Yang." Qin Chaoyang returned the greeting with a slightly embarrassed expression. Yang Kai asked, "Old Mr. Qin, why are you here instead of recuperating in the family?" Qin Chaoyang's complexion was not very good. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his previous injury. However, what made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that Qin Chaoyang had not come with Duan Yuanshan to visit him. Instead, he had secretly come alone. Yang Kai thought for a moment and somewhat understood what Qin Chaoyang wanted to do. This old master's injury is not serious. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand and found a place to sit down. When I heard that little brother Yang had returned safely, this old master hurriedly rushed over. However, I did not expect that the city lord's master would be one step ahead of me. So you hid outside? Yang Kai chuckled. There are some things that are not convenient to say in front of the city lord's master, Qin Chaoyang said awkwardly. Ai. Yang Kai sighed and looked sincerely at Qin Chaoyang. I roughly understand old Mr. Qin's intentions, but please forgive me for boldly refusing. Qin Chaoyang asked curiously. This old master hasn't said anything yet, and you already know? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Old Mr. Qin, didn't you come here to ask me to join your Qin family? Did I make it that obvious? Qin Chaoyang was startled. Yang Kai nodded. Old Sir Qin has already asked me several times before. If I still can't figure it out, then I'll leave. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't know? Furthermore, it was said that the Jiang family's businesses would be taken over by the Qin family. The Qin family swallowed up the Jiang family's enormous foundation in one go. If they don't have enough martial power to deter others, I'm afraid they won't be able to deter others from taking action. Brother, you know me. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. That's right. This old man came here specifically to invite you to be my Qin family's grand elder. Your status is the same as mine. When the time comes, you and I will join hands. I believe that the other old fogies won't dare to be presumptuous. Yang Kai sighed. I just rejected the vice-castellan position that Castellan Duan promised me. When Qin Chaoyang heard this, his face immediately darkened. He said disappointedly, I see. Both of them were smart people. Yang Kai didn't need to explain too much. Qin Chaoyang knew that he had no chance. Yang Kai had just rejected Duan Yuanshan's invitation. If he accepted Qin Chaoyang in the blink of an eye, Duan Yuanshan would definitely offend him in the future. Duan Yuanshan would think that Yang Kai was looking down on him, and might even hold a grudge against him. At that time, the Qin family wouldn't be able to stay out of this matter. He had hired a grand elder, but ended up offending the city lord's mansion. This was not a good deal. Qin Zhaoyang was clear in his heart. He looked at Qin Chaoyang. Yang Kai said somewhat shamefully, originally, old Mr. Qin taught me the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation. If the Qin family needs it, I will not refuse. But this matter, if I agree, it will only harm the Qin family. I can only disappoint old Mr. Qin. I understand. Qin Chaoyang nodded. But, Yang Kai changed the topic. If the Qin family needs help in the future, I can help as a friend. When the time comes, I hope old Mr. Qin will not be polite. Qin Chaoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He chuckled and said, with Brother Yang's words, I will be relieved. Brother Yang, I am relieved. He looked overjoyed and very happy. Although he didn't achieve his goal, with Yang Kai's guarantee, this trip was not in vain. Qin Chaoyang said meaningfully, perhaps, I will need Brother Yang's help soon. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will wait for your news. That day, Qin Chaoyang passed the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation to Yang Kai through a jade slip. Originally, he only wanted Yang Kai's promise to protect Qin Yu in a crisis. If the city was breached, he could take Qin Yu with him. However, the development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The battle of the demon thought was over without any danger. Naturally, the promise was voided. Yang Kai had received benefits from Qin Chaoyang, but he refused the latter's invitation. He felt apologetic and wanted to find an opportunity to return the favor. Afterwards, the two of them chatted casually for a while before Qin Chaoyang got up and said goodbye. He was injured and urgently needed to recuperate. Moreover, the Qin family was currently taking over the Jiang family's large property. The family was extremely busy, so he couldn't spare any time. Time was precious, so he naturally couldn't delay. After Qin Chaoyang left, Yang Kai was completely free and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. The demonization had made him a little weak. The power that far exceeded his cultivation wasn't without a price. For several days, Yang Kai stayed in his room. Until one day, he opened his eyes again. They were overflowing with light, and he was in high spirits. The fatigue and weakness from before were no longer there. It was as if he had fully recovered. Feeling the condition of his body, Yang Kai confirmed that there weren't any side effects left. Only then did he feel relieved. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead in a flash. The sealed world bead was still quiet. Yang Kai silently sensed for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He found that somewhere in the sealed world bead, there was an extremely powerful force surging endlessly. His figure flickered, and he directly arrived at that location. In front of him, Lu Yen was sitting cross-legged, one hand supporting the air while the other two fingers were facing the sky. She was circulating her secret art. The power of thunder and fire around her was violent and restless. With her as the center, the ground within a dozen kilometers was filled with snakes of lightning and flames. Behind Lu Yen, however, there was a huge phantom that soared into the sky, as if it was about to spread its wings and take flight. Wan Feng. Yang Kai glanced at the phantom and was immediately shocked. This phantom was the figure of the ancient divine spirit Wan Feng that he had seen up close before. But it was not a living thing, just a projection. Even if it was just a projection, it still exuded the aura of a divine spirit. On the surface of the phantom, black flames tumbled, a monstrous momentum that was unstoppable. Lu Yan's expression was very difficult, as if she was at a critical juncture in performing some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai observed for a while, and knew that she was refining the Wan Feng feather at the moment. Although the progress was not particularly smooth, it wasn't very difficult either. There was nothing he could do about this kind of thing, even if he was the master of the small sealed world. He couldn't help Lu Yen in the slightest. She could only rely on her own will and determination. If the refinement was successful, Lu Yan's strength would definitely improve, but if it failed, it was very likely that she would suffer a backlash. Fortunately, Lu Yen had been absorbing the sun's true fire from the sun's true essence to temper herself over the years, so she had long been accustomed to this kind of ultra-high-intensity energy entering her body. Otherwise, with her first-order Tao Source Realm strength, it would have been impossible for her to refine the Luan Feng divine feather. But even so, success or failure would depend on her own fortune. The embodiment was sitting in the distance. He was paying close attention to Lu Yan's situation. Seeing the main body's gaze, the embodiment just nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. With the embodiment looking after Lu Yan, he would know immediately if anything happened. So Yang Kai left with peace of mind. His figure flickered again. He had come to another place in the small sealed world. This place was empty. A trembling figure was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, as if she was hiding in an unknown corner. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fear and torture she had suffered. Her hair was disheveled and her face was slightly pale. Her beautiful eyes were looking around vigilantly, and her pretty face was full of fear. Yang Kai appeared in front of her, but she didn't know, as if she didn't see him. This. Yang Kai looked at her and whispered, "Is it enough?" At this point, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound wasn't loud, but when it reached Hua Qingxi's ears, it was as shocking as the morning bell and evening drum. She trembled violently, and when she looked up again, she found that the boundless darkness that had been shrouding her had finally been replaced by a dazzling light. And a figure that she had cursed countless times in her heart and wanted to cut into 1,000 pieces appeared not far in front of her, looking at her lazily. Seeing this person's face, Hua Qingxi's grievances and fear over the past few days turned into the flames of revenge at this moment. She shouted, "This old lady will kill you." As she spoke, she shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. With a twist of her delicate body, she turned into 100 butterflies, blotting out the sky and surrounding Yang Kai tightly. Yang Kai raised his hand and raised his palm like a knife, ignoring the 100 spirit plates, and directly chopped towards the void in front of him. With a bang, the knife hand chopped something. Ouch! Hua Qingxi's figure staggered out of the void, and the 100 spirit plates disappeared at this moment. She covered her head with both hands and kept retreating, tears almost flowing out of her eyes from the pain. "It seems," Yang Kai looked at her calmly and said lightly, "You still don't understand your situation. Since that's the case, I'll give you some more time. When you think about it, we'll talk again." As he spoke, he was about to use the same trick again. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed, "No, no, I was wrong. I won't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Please, please let me go." In the boundless darkness, being killed countless times by strange existences every day, feeling the realistic effects of death, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to endure it anymore. When Hua Qingxi was killed for the first time, she thought that she was really dead, but she didn't expect that in just a moment, she would come back to life again. But it was a life worse than death, because not long after, she was killed by strange existences again. After many times, she completely understood that she was in an extremely advanced illusion, unable to free herself from the reincarnation of life and death. Dying hundreds of times every day, Hua Qingxi was almost numb. If she wasn't strong enough, this kind of torture was enough to make her go crazy. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the culprit, for the first time, she was naturally angry, and evil grew in her heart. In the end, she was still subdued by him in one move. Hua Qingxi was in complete despair. "Very good. I'm very happy that you can be so sensible." Yang Kai looked at her, nodded, and stood in place calmly. Chapter 21:11. Hua Qingxi looked at him with both jealousy and hatred. Thinking about how she had been wronged, she pouted and sat down on the ground, making a scene. "You bastard, you're devoid of conscience. You're worse than a dog or a pig. I curse you to go to hell after you die and never be reincarnated." Yang Kai's face was full of black lines. After waiting for a while, seeing that she still had no intention of stopping, Yang Kai shouted angrily, "Enough!" Hua Qingxi's voice came to an abrupt halt, but she still couldn't stop sobbing, her shoulders shaking. "A dignified third-order Dao source realm. How can you speak so crudely?" Yang Kai reprimanded. Hua Qingxi felt wronged. "Then what do you want me to do? I can't beat you in a fight, but you won't allow me to curse you? Be obedient and I won't torture you anymore." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Hua Qingxi nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll be obedient, I'll be obedient, I'll be obedient." Saying so, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying at Yang Kai. "You should have done this long ago," Yang Kai snorted. After pondering for a while, he slowly walked over to Hua Qingxi and stretched out his hand to her. Hua Qingxi instinctively shrank back, seemingly extremely afraid, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions, she pursed her red lips and bravely stretched out her hand, allowing Yang Kai to pull her up. "Come with me," Yang Kai said, pushing his strength and teleporting Hua Qingxi. Her vision blurred, and by the time Hua Qingxi came back to her senses, the two of them had already arrived at a bamboo building. The bamboo building was simple and crude, yet elegant and clean. "There's such a building here?" Hua Qingxi was surprised. "Does someone live here?" "There used to be," Yang Kai replied lightly. "Many years ago, when he brought his family and friends from Tongxian realm to Shadowed Star, there were more than 10,000 people living in the small sealed world. Naturally, there were many houses left here. Sit." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, then sat down immediately. Hua Qingxi hesitated for a while before sitting opposite Yang Kai. "I'll ask you a few questions, answer honestly." After she sat down, Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi nodded. "You came to Maplewood City to find out the cause of Han Lung's death, right?" Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she nodded and said, "Yes." "Why?" Kai Yang looked at her. Hua Qingxi considered her words carefully before she said, "Junior brother Han Lung is an abandoned disciple of my master. When junior brother Han escaped from the Star Soul Palace, he seemed to have stolen one of my master's treasures. My main purpose for coming out this time, to find out the cause of junior brother Han's death, is to find that thing." "What thing?" Master didn't say what it was specifically, only that it was a token. "A token?" Yang Kai raised his brow, but soon, he seemed to remember something. Taking out a strange token from his space ring, he handed it to Hua Qingxi and asked, Is this it? This token was about the size of a palm, and was made of a special material, neither gold nor wood, with the word dragon engraved on its front. On the back was a picture of a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. This token was naturally something that Yang Kai found in Han Lung's space ring. However, Yang Kai didn't know what this token was for at that time, so he put it in his space ring and ignored it. But now, Hua Qingxi said that she came here on the orders of her master for this token. Yang Kai immediately realized that this token was no small matter. Hua Qingxi was the cultivator of the third-order Dao Source realm, so her master was at least a second-order Emperor realm master. Something that could make a second-order Emperor realm master so obsessed with it must be valuable. Did you find this in junior brother Han Lung's space ring? Hua Qingxi asked. Yes. If junior brother Han Lung didn't have any other tokens in his space ring, then this should be the target of my mission. Hua Qingxi looked at the token with a strange expression. Do you recognize what this is? When Yang Kai asked this, he had been watching her expression change. Hua Qingxi shook her head at first. But then, she reached out and picked up the token, carefully examining it. The look in her eyes gradually changed, and after a long time, her tender body suddenly shook as she covered her mouth with her hand and cried out in surprise. Say something, Yang Kai urged impatiently. If I'm not wrong, this should be the famous Dragon Island token. Hua Qingxi exclaimed. Dragon Island token? Yang Kai frowned. What's that? You've never heard of it? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if she was surprised that he hadn't even heard of something like the Dragon Island token. He was really ignorant. But when she saw Yang Kai's expression, she quickly swallowed the mocking words that were about to come out of her mouth. She asked cautiously, I wonder if Master has heard of Dragon Island. Dragon Island? Is there a true dragon living there? Yang Kai didn't answer her question, but immediately chuckled. I'm just kidding. Hua Qingxi's face was tense and very serious. Dragon Island? Is there really a true dragon living there? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Hua Qingxi nodded her head. Nonsense. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. True dragons were one of the most powerful existences among the ancient divine spirits. Existences like true dragons and heavenly phoenixes should only exist in legends and ancient books. They shouldn't exist in this world. Hua Qingxi's pretty face reddened. She rolled her eyes at Yang Kai and said, If Dragon Island really exists, then there really is a true dragon living there. Moreover, there's more than one. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Hua Qingxi said, According to legend, Dragon Island is the most mysterious force in the entire astral boundary. It's also the most powerful force because there are many descendants of true dragons living on Dragon Island. There are even ancient dragons and archaic dragons. They are existences that even the 10 great emperors are afraid of. However, we don't know whether Dragon Island really exists or not. Only the most powerful cultivator can get in touch with this secret. Only they can find the way to Dragon Island. The Dragon Island medallion came from the Dragon Island. Hua Qingxi continued. The holder of this token can go to Dragon Island and ask the dragon race to do one thing for him unconditionally. It's something that the dragon race can do for him. For example, if I go to Dragon Island with this Dragon Island command token, I can let the dragon race use the true dragon's strength and advance to the Emperor realm. Moreover, I won't just be in the First Order realm. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with yearning. She grabbed the Dragon Island command token even harder. Even her breathing became a little rapid. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the Dragon Island command token flew back to his hand. He glanced at Hua Qingxi calmly and said, Continue. Hua Qingxi smiled awkwardly. She put away the fanatical look on her face and said, Since ancient times, only 5 Dragon Island commands have been passed down. According to the ancient legends, 3 of them were used. The use of these 3 Dragon Island commands shook the entire star boundary. As she spoke, she raised a finger and said, First 80,000 years ago, the second-ranked sect in the Northern Territory, Profound Frost Sect, was uprooted overnight. None of the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect survived, including all the masters in the Emperor realm. It's said that until now, there are still remnants of dragon breath in the ruins of Profound Frost Sect. Many cultivators like to go there in search of opportunities. Secondly, 50,000 years ago, I don't know which daring bastard angered the Holy Spirit Shihua. As a result, Shihua turned the entire southern domain upside down in a fit of rage. Countless lives were lost, and sects and clans were destroyed. At that time, even the 10 great emperors couldn't stop Shihua's crazy massacre. In the end, the Dragon Island stepped in and scared Shihua away. Otherwise, the southern territory would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. Third, 30,000 years ago, the heaven-devouring great emperor, one of the most powerful great emperors in the human race, was killed. It's said that the dragon race was involved. In that battle, the heavens and earth collapsed, the stars moved, and the laws were reversed. The heaven-devouring great emperor was killed by the dragon race? Yang Kai suddenly interrupted Hua Qingxi and asked suspiciously. Hua Qingxi stuck out her tongue. It's just a legend. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's possible. After all, the heaven-devouring great emperor was the most powerful expert in the human race at that time. Even if others joined hands, they might not be able to kill him. It's reasonable for the dragon race to be involved. Speaking up to here, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You've also heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor and great emperors? Do you really think I'm a bumpkin? Yang Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Hua Qingxi smiled embarrassedly and said, Anyway, it's said that these 3 events are related to the use of the Dragon Island Medallion. If this thing in front of us is really the Dragon Island Medallion, then Master, you have to plan how to use it properly. It's a priceless treasure. Why are you so concerned? Yang Kai snorted coldly. Hua Qingxi muttered unhappily. Can't I be concerned? Are you sure this is the Dragon Island Medallion? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. I've never seen the real Dragon Island Medallion before. However, looking at its patterns and material, there's a high possibility that it's the real Dragon Island Medallion. If you're still worried, why don't you ask someone knowledgeable about it? Who knows, you might be able to get some clues. I don't know if the Dragon Island really exists. Even if it does, I don't know where it is. It's too early to think about the Dragon Island Medallion, Yang Kai said and put away the medallion. However, he did have a candidate in mind who he could ask. Who knew? He might be able to get some accurate information. Master. Hua Qingxi hesitated and looked a little restless. She looked at Yang Kai and stammered. I've said everything I should say. You see. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai rejected her flatly. Then, are you going to lock me up here for the rest of my life? Hua Qingxi was depressed. I'm from the Star Soul Palace. I've been ordered by my master to search for junior brother Han's relics. If I don't go back to report for a long time, my master will definitely come looking for me. He might even trace it back to you. After saying this, she nodded heavily and said with certainty, He'll definitely trace it back to you. You don't want to be targeted by my master, right? He's a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Let me go quickly, and we'll part on good terms. Chapter 21:12. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Kai stood up and looked down at her condescendingly. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile as he stroked his chin and said, Actually, if you want to regain your freedom, it's quite simple. What do you mean? Hua Qingxi shuddered and looked at Yang Kai warily. What do you want to do? Yang Kai snorted and said, Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. But if you really want to regain your freedom, you should obediently hand over your soul brand to me. Maybe I can consider it. The strength of the third order Dao Source realm is not bad for me right now. Wishful thinking. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, not waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words. Then goodbye. Yang Kai waved at her and directly left the small sealed world bead. Hua Qingxi was left alone in a daze. After a long while she cried out in grief, Come back, come back, come back. In the side room, Yang Kai reappeared. After pondering for a moment, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Zhang family's old mansion. heading in the direction of Maplewood City. A moment later, he arrived at Maplewood City. He did not look for Mo Xiaoqi and Kong Si Ran, but went straight to the Qin family's residence. He had been to the Qin family once, so he was quite familiar with the place. With just a sweep of his divine sense, he found Qin Yu's location. He had no intention of hiding his aura, and just swaggered over there. Not long after, he came to a side room, and gently knocked on the window. "Who is it?" A low cry came from inside. Kai Yang nodded in agreement. The room was silent for a while, but soon, then, he heard a series of light footsteps moving. He came to the window and opened it. Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai in surprise and confusion. "Yang? Lord Yang? It's so late, why are you looking for me?" I have something to ask you," Yang Kai replied, looking inside and asking, "Can I go in and talk?" Qin Yu blushed and said, "Master, please come in." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai directly flashed in through the window. Qin Yu's face turned even redder. It was night. Yang Kai did not enter through the front door, but took a different way through the window. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, it would cause a misunderstanding. However, Qin Yu wasn't worried about Yang Kai. After all, with Yang Kai's strength, if he really wanted to do something to her, he could do it without anyone noticing. There was no need for him to deliberately expose his identity. After sitting down, Qin Yu offered him tea and said, "Master, what do you want to ask me?" Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, "Sister Qin is beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. Her intelligence is peerless, and her knowledge and experience is something I have never seen before in my life. I mainly want to ask you to solve my doubts." Qin Yu pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Master, you flatter me. I'm just a little more educated. If there's anything I can do to help, Master, please don't hesitate to tell me." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I'll get straight to the point. But I hope today's talk. I swear on my divine soul that I won't reveal it to a third person." Qin Yu said seriously. Yang Kai looked up at her, thinking that it was easy to talk to smart people. He said, "Outside the city, I was invaded by the demonic qi. I was almost turned into a demon. I'm sure you saw it." Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. She nodded and said, Master, heaven helps the worthy. You're safe now. During the period when I was corroded by the demon qi and turned into a demon, many strange images appeared in my mind." Yang Kai casually made up a story. Qin Yu said in surprise, "Many strange images?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded his head. "Back then, we used our secret technique to pry into Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea, and saw the silhouette of the ancient giant demon. Therefore, I'm guessing that there might be a sliver of the ancient giant demon's remnant, within the demon qi, retaining many of the knowledge and experience of the ancient giant demon. After being corroded by the demon qi, it had the opportunity to see these things. Master's words make sense. I think so too," Qin Yu said happily, as if she had found a confidant. "However, what I saw was different from what Jiang Chuhi saw. Although those images were fragmented, there was no trace of the ancient great demon." "Oh, what kind of images were they?" Qin Yu said with interest. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look and said in a low voice, "There are too many images, and I can only see two of them clearly. The first one is a seed that is half gold and half silver in color. After it was planted, the seed grew into a gold and silver-colored tree. Gold and silver-colored divine lights twined around it, overlapping and alternating, as if it possessed great power." "A gold and silver strange tree?" Qin Yu said with a surprised look on her face. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, Yang Kai nodded seriously and looked at her. "I wonder if young lady Qin knows what this gold and silver strange tree is. This young lady seems to remember reading about this strange tree somewhere." Qin Yu frowned as she tried hard to recall. Yang Kai's expression shook as he looked at her expectantly. However, even after a long time, Qin Yu was unable to give a correct answer. She shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Master. I have indeed read about it, but I can't remember it for the time being. How about this, Master? Give me a few days, and I'll look up the ancient books I've read before. I should be able to find the relevant records. Alright, there's no hurry anyway. I'm just very curious about what it is, Young Kai chuckled. Although he was a little disappointed in his heart, he did not show it. What about the second image that Master saw? Qin Yu asked. It's a token that's the size of a palm. It's made of a strange material. It's neither gold nor wood. There's the word dragon on the front, and it seems to be written with ancient characters. There's a picture of a real dragon soaring in the sky behind it. The Dragon Island token. This time, Qin Yu gave the answer as soon as Yang Kai finished his description. Is that really the Dragon Island token? Yang Kai was delighted, although Hua Qingxi had told him that it might be a Dragon Island token from the Dragon Island. He did not believe it completely. Moreover, Hua Qingxi was not sure if his judgment was correct. However, since Qin Yu said so, it was highly likely that it was true. If Master's description is correct, then it's definitely the Dragon Island token. Qin Yu was so excited that her face seemed to be flushed. It's said that only 5 Dragon Island tokens have been circulated since ancient times. 3 of them have been used, and only 2 of them are left in the outside world. What she said was basically the same as what Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai before, whether it was the number of Dragon Island tokens or the time and place where they were used. It was apparent that Hua Qingxi did not lie to Yang Kai about this. But Qin Yu was puzzled as she spoke. She asked in confusion, why would the Dragon Island token appear in the remnant will of the ancient giant devil? Why can't it appear? Yang Kai asked in return. Because the timing is wrong. When the ancient giant devil was sealed, the Dragon Island token shouldn't have appeared yet. How did the giant devil know about it? Qin Yu had a puzzled look on her face. Yang Kai cursed in his heart when he heard that. He only wanted to ask Qin Yu what he did not understand, but he did not expect her to be so quick-witted. She immediately found an obvious loophole. I don't know. Maybe the giant devil felt that the Dragon Island token was a threat to him. Yang Kai laughed. That's possible. Qin Yu did not think too much about it. After all, it had happened too long ago, and she could not verify it. Alright, I'm here to find out about this. It's late now, and you should rest. I'll take my leave. Yang Kai stood up as he spoke. Qin Yu stood up and sent him off. She said, I'll try my best to find out about the gold and silver exotic tree. If I have any news, I'll inform the master immediately. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. He walked out of the front door and disappeared in a flash. After a while, Qin Chaoyang suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yu's door. He stared at Yang Kai's disappearing figure and asked with a strange expression, why did Brother Yang look for you? He wanted to ask me something, Qin Yu said. What is it? Qin Chaoyang was stunned. Qin Yu stuck out her tongue and said, it's a secret. Qin Chaoyang was surprised. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, you little girl, you won't tell me the truth, right? Qin Yu said helplessly, it's not that I won't tell you, it's that I can't. However, I can tell you that what Lord Yang wants to know has nothing to do with Maplewood City or the Qin family. Qin Chaoyang understood and nodded. That's good. After a moment of silence, he sighed and looked at Qin Yu. He said, how's your body? I'm fine. Qin Yu replied. Nonsense. Qin Chaoyang's expression became serious. Don't think that I don't know that you spent a lot of effort to repair the seal. With your body's condition, you won't be able to hold on for long. Qin Yu didn't say anything. Qin Chaoyang sighed. With your talent, if you didn't have that kind of constitution, you might have a chance to restore the glory of the Qin family. It's just that, it's regrettable that I'm too weak. I can only extend your life, but I can't cure you. I'm sorry. Qin Yu's eyes reddened. She said in a low voice, don't say that, ancestor. If it weren't for you, Yor would have died 3 years ago. Yor is already very happy to be able to live for 3 more years. Yor's only regret is that I can't serve you, ancestor. I've made you worry about me. Don't worry. Ancestor will think of a way for you. I definitely won't let you die young. Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Qin Yu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Qin Chaoyang's figure was nowhere to be seen. However, after pondering for a moment, She seemed to understand Qin Chaoyang's plan. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Chapter 21:13. When Yang Kai returned to the Zhang family, he pushed open the door of the guest room and saw Zhang Ruoxi sitting in a chair, looking like she was about to cry. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ruoxi looked up and her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Quickly getting up, she called out in a panic, "Sir." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. "What's wrong? Did you think I left the Zhang family alone, and now you're crying?" Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and slowly shook her head. "Then why are you crying?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi whispered, "Since Ruoxi has followed Sir, I have nothing to do with the Zhang family anymore. Ruoxi thought Sir didn't want me anymore." Speaking of this, she suddenly summoned up her courage and looked up at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, "Sir, Ruoxi knows her strength is low and can't help you. On the contrary, Sir has been taking care of me. But Ruoxi can serve you tea, make your bed, and do some trivial things for you. I can be a servant." After that, she seems to be a little shocked at herself for saying such a thing. Quickly lowering her head, her pretty face blushed as she quickly bowed her head. "Ruoxi has been rude, please rest, mister." After saying this, she turned around and wanted to leave. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Yang Kai suddenly called her. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled. She stood there uneasily and asked in a trembling voice, Sir, do you have any orders?" She seemed to have thought of something, and her face became nervous. Her two small hands were placed on her abdomen and unconsciously entangled together. Her face was as red as fire. The sound of his heart beating like a war drum came from his small chest. Yang Kai looked at her. "Don't underestimate yourself. Since I promised the old madam to take you with me, there is naturally something I need your help with. Something I can help with." Zhang Ruoxi heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. She eagerly asked, "What does Sir want me to do? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai smiled. "I wanted to wait until your strength improved a little before telling you. But since you are so anxious, then there is no harm in telling you first." While talking, Yang Kai took out the space spirit jade he obtained from the Lu family's Lu Baichuan from his space ring. When this space spirit jade appeared, Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled. She stared at it and murmured, "This feeling." At this moment, the space spirit jade seemed to have been stimulated by something, and it was constantly emitting spatial energy fluctuations, causing the space around it to become chaotic, as if it was about to sink into the void. Lu Baichuan was right. Zhang Ruoxi was the key to the space spirit jade's reaction. As long as Zhang Ruoxi's space to a certain extent, it to do yang. It was for this reason that Lu Baichuan was able to gain a basic understanding of the Tao of space. To marry Yang's, Yang Kai's to marry to the Lu families to heaven, is to the Lu families to have to study to spaces. Yang's yang spaces. To yang to raise to uses to. Yang Kai waved his hand and space principles surged, completely sealing off the room and isolating the transmission of energy fluctuations. "What can you feel?" Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and asked. Ruoxi can't explain it clearly. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "But this feeling is very familiar. When I visited the Lu family before, I often had this feeling. It was as if something was calling out to me from somewhere in the Lu family. It's just that it wasn't as strong as it is now." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that the connection between Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit jade should be two-way. "Do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "I got it from Lu Baichuan," Yang Kai said. "Granduncle Lu's thing?" Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. Even if Lu Baichuan was the Zhang family's blood enemy, Zhang Ruoxi still didn't address him casually. It could be seen that this little girl was still very pure and kind. But according to Lu Baichuan, this thing originally belonged to your Zhang family. Yang Kai continued. "It seems that when a woman of the Zhang family married into the Lu family, she took this thing as a dowry and brought it to the Lu family. Since it's a dowry, it should belong to the Lu family." Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. Yang Kai said, "No matter who it belongs to, it originated from your Zhang family. Your Zhang family's ancestor. Was there a great master? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, Ruoxi doesn't know. But when I was young, I heard from my grandmother that my Zhang family was a top family a long time ago. But for some reason it gradually declined. That's right, Yang Kai nodded. But, why does this thing have a strange connection with me? What about the others in my Zhang family? Zhang Ruoxi asked blankly. The others shouldn't have it. As for you, Yang Kai paused for a moment and said, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that there is some kind of bloodline power in your body, and this bloodline power is much stronger than the other members of the Zhang family. That's why there is a reaction between you and the space spirit jade. This bloodline power should have originated from the previous owner of the space spirit jade, an ancestor of your Zhang family. Then what about the other possibility? Do you have some kind of special constitution? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and slowly shook his head. Personally, I don't think it's possible because according to my observations, you don't have a special constitution. Then the first possibility is more likely? Zhang Ruoxi asked. Yes. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's hard to say what kind of bloodline power you have. Perhaps your bloodline is very similar to that ancestors, so you can react with the space spirit jade. Oh, Zhang Ruoxi didn't have much of a reaction after hearing this. Are you unhappy? Yang Kai looked at her with interest. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and asked, Sir, why do you ask? Yang Kai smiled and said, It seems that you don't know anything. Well, let me explain it this way. Your bloodline power is very similar to that ancestors, and you have been acknowledged by the space spirit jade to a certain extent. In the future, your achievements are very likely to be on par with that ancestor of yours. Yang Kai's voice suddenly lowered and he continued, The space spirit jade isn't an ordinary object. Anyone who can become its owner must be at least a master in the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to finally understand. She looked shocked and said, Sir, you mean Ruoxi may also become a master in the Emperor realm in the future? Yang Kai nodded. That's great. Zhang Ruoxi's face was full of joy. If that's the case, then Ruoxi will definitely be able to help Sir. Hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. After learning that she might become a master in the Emperor realm in the future, the first thing she thought of was to help him. This made Yang Kai's heart feel warm. Sir, can I take a look at this thing? Zhang Ruoxi looked eagerly at Yang Kai and asked, then looked at the space spirit jade in his hand. This thing was related to her future, so she immediately paid attention to it. I wanted to show it to you. Yang Kai smiled and handed over the space spirit jade. To be honest, he had studied the space spirit jade several times since he got it, but he didn't discover anything. He only knew that this thing had been refined by someone using the Great Divine Technique. It should be an artifact, but he didn't know how to use it. He was proficient in the Tao of space, and had even mastered the space principles. But even he was helpless against the space spirit jade. If there was anyone in this world who could understand the mysteries of the space spirit jade, it would be Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi received it excitedly. Then, a scene that neither of them had expected happened. As soon as the space spirit jade came into contact with Zhang Ruoxi, it shook violently and burst out with a strong energy fluctuation. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body also trembled at this moment, as if an electric current was flowing through her body. Asterisk wung wung. Asterisk a strange sound rang out, and the surface of the space spirit jade, which had been motionless until now, suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, strange images suddenly shot out from the space spirit jade like projections, filling the entire room, and revolving around Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit jade. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he frowned and looked at the images, only to find that they were flashing very quickly. But with his eyesight, he was still able to see a lot of them clearly. Pavilions, mountains, clouds, mountains, rugged rocks, towering peaks, flying spirit cranes, flocks of birds, mountain springs, beautiful mountains. Those scenes seemed as if they'd been taken out from a paradise in the mortal world, and it caused one to be dazzled and forget to leave. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly let out a cry as the aura on her body rapidly weakened, revealing an expression of extreme pain. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation of space principles began to fluctuate in the room. Yang Kai vaguely saw a pitch-black void corridor suddenly appear in the middle of the room. It was slowly taking shape, but it was still unstable. The void corridor was filled with chaotic nothingness, and Yang Kai didn't know where it led to. "Throw it away!" Yang Kai shouted as he pushed the source chi in his body and mobilized the space principles to suppress the formation of the void corridor. At the same time, he rushed in front of Zhang Ruoxi and snatched the space spirit jade. The images in the room suddenly disappeared, and the void corridor in the middle of the room also collapsed. Zhang Ruoxi let out a soft groan and fell to the ground. Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change drastically. He never expected that letting Zhang Ruoxi take the space spirit jade would cause such a thing to happen. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After putting away the space spirit jade, Yang Kai bent down and picked up Zhang Ruoxi. In that short moment, Zhang Ruoxi's whole body was drenched in sweat. After placing her on the bed, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her wrist, circulating his source chi around her body. His face was extremely gloomy. He found that a lot of Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been extracted from her body, causing her yuan chi to be greatly damaged. The situation of a teenage girl was no different than if she had lived for decades. This kind of fundamental damage couldn't be healed by ordinary spirit pills. If left alone, Zhang Ruoxi's body would rapidly age. Chapter 21:14. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After checking that Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been depleted, he immediately summoned the sealed world bead and took her into the sealed world bead to the medicine garden. After laying Zhang Ruoxi flat on the ground, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, causing the world to shake and setting off a visible wind. From the immortal tree planted in the distance, a green aura visible to the naked eye flew over along with the wind, lingering around Zhang Ruoxi's body, wrapping her up and entering through her pores. Since her vitality had been depleted, all he needed to do was to replenish it. The astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree was the best medicine for the illness. Sure enough, after receiving the vitality from the immortal tree, Zhang Ruoxi's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. The pain disappeared and was replaced by incomparable joy. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the situation in her body was also rapidly improving. Her aging organs and meridians were glowing with a youthful luster. The reason why she had suffered this misfortune was entirely due to external forces, so the vitality emitted by the immortal tree was a good solution to this problem. If it had been an old man with one foot in the grave instead, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to regain his vitality. After a full hour, Yang Kai checked again and confirmed that Zhang Ruoxi was safe and sound. Not only that, she seemed to have gained some other benefits from the immortal tree's vitality. Only then did he take Zhang Ruoxi out of the sealed world bead and send her to her own room. Zhang Ruoxi was still unconscious, but it shouldn't take long for her to wake up. However, after doing this, Yang Kai confirmed his previous guess that Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation was insufficient. She couldn't understand the mysteries contained in the space spirit jade. It was precisely because her cultivation was insufficient. That was why the vitality in her body was forcibly extracted. But where did those scenes come from? Where did the unformed void corridor lead to? While Yang Kai was puzzled, he was also looking forward to finding the answer. He instinctively felt that the space spirit jade hid a shocking secret. After returning to the room, Yang Kai set up a barrier and secretly sent a message to the Zhang family matriarch, informing her that he would be in retreat for a while and would not see anyone before he came out. After receiving a response, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world again. He first went to check on Lu Yan's situation and found that she was still struggling to refine the Luanfeng's feather. She was struggling against the Luanfeng's power contained in the divine feather. Although the situation was worrying, there was not much danger. He didn't pay attention to it for too long before he found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged. He sat there for 2 days. Only when his essence, energy, and spirit had recovered to their peak state did Yang Kai wave his hand and two items suddenly appeared in front of him: a jade bottle and an edgeless sword. Within the jade bottle, there was a drop of dark red liquid that was rolling about incessantly. The dark red liquid would also transform into a mini dragon. It dashed left and right, spitting out flames from its mouth to burn the jade bottle. It was as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to break free. The blood of the fire dragon. Yang Kai had obtained this treasure from the 5-colored treasure pagoda's first layer soaring dragon altar. But since obtaining it, he had never used it. The other edgeless sword was naturally Yang Kai's verdant dragon bone sword. The verdant dragon bone sword was a piece of dragon bone he found in Lu Yan's desert on Shadowed Star. It was roughly refined from a dragon bead that did not damage the properties of the material. Yang Kai took out these two dragon artifacts from his true dragon body at this time. His purpose was self-evident: to refine them. He had already refined a dragon artifact, a dragon scale, which he had placed in a vital part of his chest. With the powerful defensive power of this dragon scale, Yang Kai had benefited from it many times in battle. Even today, he still remembered the pain he had to endure when refining the dragon scale into his body. Before this, he had not thought about continuing to refine dragon artifacts because his cultivation was not high enough. But now, he had broken through to the Dao Source realm and would not be able to improve his realm anytime soon. If he wanted to enhance his combat effectiveness, he could only find other ways. Refining the dragon blood and dragon bone sword into his body was the most direct and effective method. He had the monster transformation secret art and the golden divine dragon source, which was enough to make this impossible possible. Looking back and forth between the dragon bone sword and the dragon blood for a moment, he resolutely picked up the jade bottle. Seemingly aware of something, the mini dragon in the jade bottle turned its head and glared at Yang Kai. Opening its mouth, a pillar of fire rushed towards Yang Kai's face. However, that jade bottle was not an ordinary item. Since it could store the blood of a true dragon, it was obviously specially refined. Therefore, the mini dragon's actions could not cause any harm to Yang Kai at all. On the contrary, it made it look ridiculous. Yang Kai's lips curled up, and he directly opened the bottle. At the same time, the mini dragon in the jade bottle rushed out of the bottle, and with a wave of its tail, it turned into a streak of fire and tried to escape. But in the sealed world bead, everything was controlled by one's will, so how could it escape from Yang Kai's palm? Yang Kai simply stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing the streak of fire to freeze in midair. The mini dragon continued to struggle, and even let out a roar. But it was still unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. With the power of world principles on its body, the mini dragon condensed back into a drop of dragon blood with extreme unwillingness. It was like scorching hot magma, exuding a scorching aura. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and the drop of dragon blood flew in front of him. After observing it for a moment, a slightly nervous look appeared on his face, but he did not hesitate. Opening his mouth, he wrapped the dragon blood with his source chi and swallowed it directly. Immediately after, he immediately used the monster transformation secret art and began to refine the drop of pure fire dragon blood with the help of his Dao Source realm cultivation. As the dragon blood entered his mouth and rolled down to his abdomen, his source chi seemed to be unable to withstand the scorching temperature and was directly incinerated. His lower abdomen was burning hot, as if a volcano had been thrown into it, constantly erupting scorching hot magma. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, and continued to increase the transmission of source chi, continuously attacking the spirituality contained in the drop of dragon blood in an attempt to destroy it. Time passed slowly, and the place where Yang Kai was seemed to have turned into scorched earth. The earth dried up, and the nearby trees began to wither. Cracks appeared on the ground, and even space was distorted by the intense heat. From Yang Kai's body, hazy dragon roars were constantly coming out. The spirituality contained in the dragon blood seemed to be making a final struggle and resistance. At a certain moment, this roar came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a surging and scorching power erupt from his abdomen and rush into his meridians and physique. He let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale. As his divine sense swept over, he could clearly see the damage to his meridians and physique. Wherever the terrifying scorching power passed, his body would suffer heavy damage in an instant. After all, it was the blood of a true dragon. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's body, it was somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, the golden blood in his body began to exert a powerful restorative ability, resisting the destruction of the scorching power in the dragon blood and gradually maintaining a balance. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he was sitting at the crater of an erupting volcano. The high temperature burned him until his consciousness was somewhat blurred. In the midst of the haze, Yang Kai even saw a trace of an illusion. It seemed that an ancient true dragon with a fiery red body and terrifying dragon eyes was floating in front of him and staring at him. Then the ancient true dragon let out a deafening roar as it opened its bloody maw and bit towards Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. Oomph! At that moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he shouted, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden divine dragon source strength in his body swayed leisurely. At the same time, it transformed into a giant golden dragon figure that appeared behind Yang Kai, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon didn't expect to encounter something like this at all. It was clearly stunned by the sudden appearance of this scene. At the same time, its majestic dragon eyes flickered with fear and panic as it retreated again and again. Although every member of the dragon race was born powerful, they relied too much on the power of their bloodline, so the bloodline suppression deeply rooted in their bodies was extremely obvious. The golden divine dragon's bloodline was undoubtedly much higher grade than the fire dragon's. The fire dragon retreated, but the golden dragon phantom did not stop and directly pounced forward, opening its mouth and tearing. The fire dragon's body, which looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, was torn apart by the golden dragon's bite as if it was made of paper. The golden dragon then sucked the fire dragon into its stomach. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail majestically as it swept its gaze around. After confirming that there was no other opponent in this world, it lazily returned to Yang Kai's body. At this point, the spirituality contained in the drop of dragon blood was completely eliminated. When the spirituality of the fire dragon's blood disappeared, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced. While urging the restorative effect of his golden blood to repair his meridians and physique, he also began to unscrupulously integrate the fire dragon's blood into every inch of his muscles and meridians. This was a task that tested one's mind and patience. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and proceeded in an orderly manner. After an unknown amount of time, the drop of true dragon blood was finally completely refined by Yang Kai. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his cultivation realm had not increased, but he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. This strength was not reflected in his physical body, but dragon transformation. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The power of the dragon blood in his bloodline was stimulated, and the bones in his hands suddenly exploded, turning into two sharp dragon claws with a series of cracking sounds. On his arms, dragon scales condensed from source chi slowly appeared. These dragon scales were a fiery red, and each one seemed to contain the power of fire. Even the real dragon scale on his chest began to change under the influence of the dragon blood. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be wearing a dragon scale armor. He waved his hands, feeling the endless power in his body, and laughed happily. Chapter 21:15. After refining the true dragon's blood, the dragonification secret technique he used was obviously different from before. The first difference was that he now had a two-handed dragon claw instead of a single-handed one. The power of the dragon claw was invincible and could break through anything. It was enough to confront Yang Kai's artifact head-on, so the two-handed dragon claw was naturally much more powerful than the single-handed one. The second significant difference was naturally the change in the dragon scales. Although the dragon scales on his arms were also manifested from his own strength, they weren't fiery red. But now they had a trace of the fire dragon's aura, so they were obviously more solid. There was also the dragon scale armor on his chest, which was enough to provide Yang Kai with an extremely strong defense. Just refining a drop of true dragon's blood had such a miraculous effect. So what would happen if he completely refined the verdant dragon bone sword into his body? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. With a thought, he dispersed the dragon transformation secret technique and sat down cross-legged again. Refining the true dragon's blood was relatively simple, as he could directly swallow it into his stomach. But the dragon bone sword was different. It was a piece of true dragon's spine, so he couldn't do the same. Fortunately, Yang Kai had roughly refined it before, so he could absorb it into his body. So he only needed to spend some time to slowly fuse with it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and directly separated the two materials in the dragon bone sword, the true dragon's spine and the dragon bead, fusing them into his body and gradually refining them. The small sealed world was peaceful, and a month passed in a flash. During this month, people constantly came from Maplewood City to visit Yang Kai. Mo Xiaoqi came the most. Next was Kong Si Ran, and of course, the city lord's mansion, and the Dao Source realm old ancestors of other families. However, the Zhang family's matriarch received a message from Yang Kai, telling her that he was in retreat and wouldn't see any guests, so she could only brace herself and block these guests outside. Mo Xiaoqi, Kong Si Ran, Duan Yuan Shan, Qin Chaoyang, and the others were easy to talk to, so when they heard that Yang Kai was in retreat, they didn't force them. Instead, they asked about Yang Kai's recent situation with concern. After a while, the Zhang family's matriarch became familiar with several Dao Source realm old ancestors, and received a lot of help. On the other hand, the Dao Source realm old ancestors of the other great families didn't look so happy. All of them had come here enthusiastically, wanting to win over Yang Kai and hire him as an elder or foreign elder. But being blocked by an old woman at the First Order Origin King realm, they naturally felt left out. The old woman of the Zhang family, and the beautiful woman. Although he was scared out of his wits, he could only explain with a smile. After a few times, no one came to this place anymore. Fortunately, even though these Dao Source realm masters were unhappy with the Zhang family's hospitality, they still had the protection of the city lord's mansion, so they didn't dare to make things too difficult for this group of orphans and widows. How could they still exist peacefully? 1 month later, Yang Kai came out of seclusion safely. When the members of the Zhang family heard the news, they all came to meet him. After a series of greetings, the old woman said, "Master, many people came to visit Master while you were in seclusion." I know. Yang Kai didn't ask who it was because he could guess. In addition, Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong, and the girl named Mo Xiaoqi each left a jade slip for Master, the old woman said as she winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and handed over the 2 jade slips respectfully, then stood beside Yang Kai. Since it was someone from her family who came to catch her, it was impossible for them to hurt her. Moreover, Yang Kai had heard Mo Xiaoqi mention this so-called Auntie Feng once. He felt that the two of them had a very close relationship, because Mo Xiaoqi had said that Auntie Feng had told her many stories. Yang Kai didn't expect that 2 of his friends would leave Maplewood City after just a month of retreat. Moreover, they were both forced to leave. This made Yang Kai sigh with emotion. After crushing the 2 jade slips, Yang Kai looked at the old woman and asked, "Is there anything else?" The old woman said, "The Qin family sent a message. If Master has finished his retreat, please go to the Qin family. It is said that Master's question has been answered." Oh, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Good, I'll go to the Qin family to take a look." Saying so, he stood up. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly asked, "Sir, do you need me to go with you?" Yang Kai said, "No, you can stay in the family and cultivate." "Then take care, sir." A trace of sadness flashed in Zhang Ruoxi's eyes, but when she remembered what happened when she touched the space spirit jade last time, a fighting spirit welled up in her heart. If her cultivation wasn't high enough, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. Only by increasing her cultivation could she help Yang Kai unlock the secret of the space spirit jade. In the hall, Yang Kai took a step forward. Before his feet touched the ground, his figure flashed. After a short while, he arrived at the Qin family in Maplewood City. This time, he didn't go in directly, but stood outside and released his divine sense. In the next moment, Qin Chaoyang's laughter came from inside the Qin family. "Brother Yang, you finally came out of seclusion." As soon as his voice fell, Qin Chaoyang's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai. After examining him from head to toe, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, you seem to have gained a lot from your seclusion this time." For some reason, although Yang Kai's cultivation didn't improve at all, he seemed to be much stronger than before, and his aura was also much richer. Qin Chaoyang immediately understood that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of secret technique during his month of seclusion. He didn't ask any questions, and didn't even wait for Yang Kai to answer. Instead, he enthusiastically said, come in." Yang Kai smiled and followed Qin Chaoyang into the Qin family. Along the way, all the members of the Qin family saluted respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. To Yang Kai's surprise, Qin Chaoyang didn't take him to the main hall, but instead led him directly to the secret room. When they arrived in front of the secret room, Qin Chaoyang smiled and said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, I know you asked Yura a question before, and Yura seems to have found the answer. She's now inside. You can go in and talk to Yura in detail. After everything is settled, this old master will come back to catch up with you. And I have to tell Brother Yang what question you asked Yura. Yura is very tight-lipped and didn't tell this old master anything." "I trust Miss Qin." Yang Kai gently nodded and pushed the door open. It was still the same secret room as before. Qin Yu seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she quickly stood up and saluted him. "Miss Qin, there's no need to be so polite. We're not outsiders." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Etiquette can't be ignored." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Yang Kai smiled and glanced at her, but his expression suddenly became a little strange. His eyes paused on her face for a few breaths, and his brows slightly furrowed, as if he had discovered something. However, Qin Yu didn't seem to notice this at all. Instead, she said, "Sir, you asked this little girl what the gold and silver exotic tree was before. These days, this little girl has been flipping through the ancient records left behind by my ancestors, and finally found its origins. Let's hear it." Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked unhurriedly, "Before that, this little girl has a question to ask Master," Qin Yu said. "What is it?" "In the images Master saw, did the gold and silver exotic tree display any strange power? Why do you ask this?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Qin Yu said, "At the beginning of heaven and earth, the primordial chaos and time and space were unstable. A strange tree called Song was born. With the chaotic power of yin and yang, it sealed the four extremes, suppressed the void, locked the heaven and earth, and trapped the four seas in a cage." Qin Yu's voice was low and indistinct. When she said these words, there was a faint silver light flickering in her eyes, which seemed extremely mysterious. It wasn't until the mighty people displayed the divine technique, broke the seal of the void, broke the cage, and cut the Tsong tree in the sky, that the tide of heaven and earth's power surged for the first time. In that ancient era, countless mighty people appeared one after another and displayed the divine technique to compete for supremacy. Chapter 21:16. The firmament strange tree seals the four poles and suppresses the void? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Qin Yu nodded. According to the ancient records, the firmament tree takes root in the void, and its yin and yang chaotic force permeates the heavens and earth, trapping the heavens and earth. It's that amazing? Yang Kai was shocked. Qin Yu smiled slightly. It's just a record, so there's no way to verify whether it's true or not. However, the thing Master described before is somewhat similar to the firmament tree. Maybe it has something to do with the firmament tree. The question you asked me before. The firmament tree is a tree that seals the heavens and earth, and its yin and yang chaotic force has great power. If the strange tree showed the sealing power in the picture Master saw, then the firmament tree probably really exists. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook violently. Wasn't the gold and silver exotic tree planted in the sealed world a perfect example of its sealing power? Even the demonic sense and demonic chi of the ancient great demon were sealed in his abdomen by the golden and silver strange force. It was obvious that it was closely related to the legendary firmament tree. The azure tree's yin-yang chaotic force has the power to seal everything. Qin Yu continued. It's no wonder that this item appeared in the remnant will of the ancient giant demon. It's probably extremely afraid of the power of the seal, which is why it still remembers this item even after so many years. That should be the case. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, and was happy to let Qin Yu misunderstand. Master, I was fortunate enough to fulfill your request. I wonder if Master is satisfied with this little girl's explanation? Qin Yu asked with a smile. This young admires Miss Qin's knowledge. This is your explanation. I am very satisfied. Master, you flatter me. Qin Yu blushed slightly, paused, and said, An old ancestor seems to have something to discuss with Master, so you will take her leave for now. Saying so, she opened the barrier of the secret room, turned around and walked out. Just as she reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, turned back and said, Master, old ancestors matter. If you feel it is difficult, just refuse. Don't worry too much. After saying so, she pushed the door and left without waiting for Yang Kai's response. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Qin Yu's last words meant, but from her words, it seemed that she wanted Yang Kai was Yang Kai's request. Regarding this point, Kai Yang was already mentally prepared. Last time, Qin Zhaoyang had already hinted to him in advance. Now it seemed that this favor would not be easy to help. A moment after Qin Yu left, Qin Zhaoyang pushed open the door and entered. Old Sir Qin. Yang Kai smiled at him. Calm. Yang. S. Qin Zhaoyang didn't speak again. Instead he frowned, as if he was weighing his words in his heart. Seeing this, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. Old ancestor Qin, from Miss Qin's appearance and aura, is there something wrong with her body? Qin Zhaoyang sighed. Yours body hasn't been very good, Brother Yang. I'm sure you've already seen it. Previously, it was me who spent my energy every day to stabilize her body, but this time, what's wrong with Miss Qin's body? Yang Kai asked. He instinctively felt that the help Qin Zhaoyang wanted from him this time should be related to Qin Yu. Since Brother Yang asked, then I'll say it directly. Qin Zhaoyang gritted his teeth and said, Yu is exceptionally talented. She was born with the Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil, the divine technique. Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's a kind of eye technique. As for its specific power, Yu's cultivation is too low, and she's also young, so I haven't studied it thoroughly. Yu's performance now seems to be able to see one's fate, foresee one's future, and see through illusions. This is a very useful divine technique. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Yang Kai had long guessed that Qin Yu had the eye technique. This little girl had displayed her divine technique in front of him more than once. However, Yang Kai didn't know what the eye technique was called, and what its power was. After hearing Qin Zhaoyang's explanation, he finally understood. If it's just the Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil, it's fine. This divine technique doesn't do much harm to Yu or herself. It's just that every time she uses it, it'll put some burden on her body. But Yu not only has the Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil, but she also has the Heaven and Earth body. Heaven and Earth Tribulation body. Yang Kai frowned. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. When Yu was 5 years old, an expert passed by Maplewood City. He saw that Yu's physique was different from ordinary people, so he did a little investigation. It was this expert who told me that Yu had the Heaven and Earth Tribulation body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so clearly. This Heaven and Earth Tribulation body, what are the disadvantages? Qin Zhaoyang sighed. The Heaven and Earth Tribulation body is also a special physique. That expert said that as long as a person with the heaven and earth tribulation body is still in this world, their vitality will be cut off by the world, and they won't live past the age of 18. 18? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, "May I ask how old Miss Yuer is this year?" "In 8 months she'll be 18. Qin Chaoyang's expression dimmed. "Doesn't that mean," Yang Kai said in a low voice, "Miss Yuer can only live for 8 months?" "That's right." Qin Chaoyang nodded solemnly. Yang Kai was stunned. Generally speaking, if a person was born with a special physique, they would be blessed by the world. Not only did Qin Yu have a special physique, but she also had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, a divine technique, which was a 1 in a million chance. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth tribulation body was not a good physique, and it cut off her vitality. No wonder when he saw Qin Yu just now, he felt that her breath was weak. It turned out that she was nearing the end of her life. She had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, which could see people's futures. She might not be able to see where her end was, but she didn't seem to panic at all in front of people. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt heartfelt admiration. Not everyone could be so calm in the face of death. "Old Mr. Qin and I have a private conversation. It must be because of Miss Qin, right? Old Mr. Qin, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to tell me," Yang Kai said seriously. "Little brother Yang, are you really willing to help?" Seeing that Yang Kai took the initiative to mention it, Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. "Although I haven't had much contact with Miss Qin, I still need her to answer my questions. I don't want to see her die young." "Many thanks, little brother Yang." Qin Chaoyang suddenly stood up and bowed to Yang Kai seriously. "Old Mr. Qin, there's no need to be so polite," Yang Kai said with a wry smile. Qin Chaoyang said, "Little brother Yang, you should know that this isn't so easy to help. Although there's no danger of death, it's definitely not an easy thing to do. If little brother Yang wants to refuse, this old man can understand. This old man won't force you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It seems it's really dangerous. Old Mr. Qin, tell me about it." Qin Chaoyang nodded and said, "Back then, that expert not only checked Yuer's physique, but also told this old man the solution, which is to find a kind of heavenly treasure, the tribulation fruit. As long as Yuer takes this tribulation fruit before she turns 18 years old, she will be able to survive this crisis safely. In the future, not only will she be able to grow up steadily, but the true power of the heaven and earth tribulation body will also erupt, allowing her to have a smooth future." The tribulation fruit. Yang Kai was shocked. "Little brother Yang, have you heard of it?" Qin Chaoyang looked at him in amazement. "I have." If it was a year ago, Yang Kai might not have heard of this thing, but since he obtained Gong Sun Mu's jade slip inheritance at the bottom of Yuan Furnace Mountain, he naturally became familiar with all the exotic flowers and fruits in the entire star boundary. The tribulation fruit was indeed recorded in the jade slip left by Gong Sun Mu. It was the main material to refine a kind of spirit pill, called the tribulation origin pill. The tribulation origin pill was not a good medicine. It could barely be considered a kind of poison. It was colorless, tasteless, and easily melted in water. Even if a master of the Emperor realm accidentally took it, the source qi in his body would be completely frozen, and he would become a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, which master of the Emperor realm would drink water? Therefore, although this kind of spirit pill was very powerful, it was basically useless, and could be considered a chicken rib. The tribulation origin pill was a poison pill, and the raw materials used to refine it were obviously very poisonous. The heaven and earth tribulation body could only be dispelled by this kind of poison fruit. It was a bit like fighting poison with poison. In this regard, Yang Kai was not in a position to express his opinion, because he could not determine whether the tribulation fruit was really useful to Qin Yu. However, the tribulation fruit grew in extremely cold places, perhaps under 10,000 years of ice, and was extremely rare. I forgot that little brother Yang is also an alchemist. Qin Zhao Yang seemed to have recalled something as a faint smile appeared on his face. Back then, when the master asked him to search for the tribulation fruit, He spent a lot of effort to find out the shape and effect of this spirit fruit. He did not expect that when it came to Yang Kai, he would immediately know everything. Since the master said so, did he tell you where to find this spirit fruit? Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang said in a low voice, the Four Seasons realm. What kind of place is that? Qin Chaoyang suddenly looked at Yang Kai strangely and said, the Four Seasons realm is the most famous secret territory in the entire Southern Territory. Every time the Four Seasons realm opens, countless elite disciples from various sects will enter to search for treasures and opportunities. Yang Kai's expression became awkward, knowing that he was being ignorant again, so he said, since it is a secret territory in the Southern Territory, doesn't that mean that anyone can enter? Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. If that is the case, then that is good. However, since ancient times, the Four Seasons realm has been controlled by the great sects in the Southern Territory, and each sect has a specific quota of disciples who can enter. It is impossible for people like our Maplewood City to have the opportunity to enter. Then what should we do? Yang Kai frowned. Use this, Qin Chaoyang said as he reached out and took out a token from his chest. When the token was taken out, Qin Chaoyang's old face turned slightly red. Yang Kai took it suspiciously, but after glancing at it, his body trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Brother Qin, where did you get this thing? Does your Yuan know that you are so disrespectful? Chapter 21:17. Generally speaking, the token would be engraved with some patterns or words to show the origin and purpose of the token. The token that Qin Chaoyang gave to Yang Kai was no exception. There were no words on the token. On the front, there was a picture, a vivid and lifelike picture, a picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water. Although the pattern was stiff and rigid, at first glance, the jade maiden on the front of the token seemed to have her own life. She was slowly getting up from the clear pool of water. Her delicate body was beautiful, causing people's imagination to run wild. Her facial features were delicate and charming. The private parts of her upper body were faintly discernible under the splashing water droplets and her beautiful hair. The most important thing was that her lower body was naked. The mysterious place between her beautiful legs and her lower abdomen was submerged under the water. It made people itch unbearably. There was a kind of hateful feeling that couldn't be called out. People couldn't help but want to reach out and pull her out of the token to see what was going on. Hateful. Yang Kai looked for a while and cursed loudly. His mood was ruined to the extreme. The person who drew this picture was definitely a dark person, but he knew the heart of a man. He deliberately did this, making people gnash their teeth in hatred. Yang Kai turned to the back. It was also a picture. In the picture, there was a disheveled person with ragged clothes curled up on the ground. There was a broken bowl in front of him. There was nothing in the bowl. This was actually a picture of a beggar. Compared to the picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water on the front, it gave people a completely different feeling. Looking at this picture, Yang Kai seemed to be able to feel the cold wind blowing and see the beggar's shivering appearance. This beggar? Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself, it looks like a person. When he said this sentence, Li Yundong was stunned. A wretched figure involuntarily popped up in his mind. This was given to me by that expert, Qin Chaoyang weakly explained. Brother Qin, are you sure that person is an expert? Not a liar? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. The material of this token seems to be a piece of ordinary wood, right? Although the portrait must have been made by an expert. But what kind of expert would take it so lightly? This is not an ordinary piece of wood, Qin Chaoyang said seriously. I've examined it carefully. This is a piece of 100-year-old elm wood. Is there a difference? Yang Kai asked. The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched. There doesn't seem to be any difference. As long as it was a command medallion, it was definitely a symbol of authority, a substitute for status, and a manifestation of power. Therefore, the material used to forge the token was definitely not the 100-year-old elm that could be found everywhere. For example, the Dragon Island token in Yang Kai's hand was made of a material that Yang Kai couldn't recognize at all. But the material of the Jade Lady Beggar command in his hand was actually an ordinary item. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious, as he felt that Qin Zhao Yang had been deceived in some way. "Brother Yang, I know what you're thinking," Qin Chaoyang said solemnly. "But try and see if you can break this token." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Qin, are you sure you want me to do this? What if I break it? Then it means that I've been deceived. It's not a pity even if it breaks." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the token in his hand tightly. He pushed it with brute force. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. However, a faint smile appeared on Qin Zhao Yang's face, as if he had already expected this. The sound that was heard was not the sound of the token being broken, but the sound of Yang Kai's finger joints. The token was safe and sound after being grasped by him. How could this be? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The material of the token was very common wood at first glance. It wasn't some special treasure. How could it be safe and sound under his brute force? Yang Kai didn't believe it and increased his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the token was not damaged at all, and it didn't even deform. "Brother Yang, can you confirm it now? He's really an expert." Qin Chaoyang laughed as he watched Yang Kai make a fool of himself. This old man has suspected it many times over the years, but no matter what method this old man used, he couldn't destroy this token. If not, why would this old man take it out? This is indeed an expert. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what kind of power the mysterious expert had added to this token, but it made this ordinary wood hard and indestructible. It was impossible for ordinary people in the Emperor realm to do this. At this point, Yang Kai no longer had any doubts. He solemnly handed the token back to Qin Chaoyang and asked, "How can you enter the Four Seasons realm with this token?" Qin Chaoyang said, "The expert told me to go to Azure Sun Temple and ask for a place to enter. So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Azure Sun Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Southern Territory. Whether it was strength or prestige, it was only second to Star Soul Palace. Such a sect must have a lot of places to enter. Qin Chaoyang used this token to exchange for one of them, which was reasonable. What he didn't know was the relationship between the owner of this token and Azure Sun Temple. "Is the Four Seasons realm about to open?" Yang Kai asked. "It should be." Qin Chaoyang nodded and pondered for a while before saying, "This old man suspects that all of this was expected by the expert. When Yor was 5 years old, he gave me this token and told me to go to Azure Sun Temple in 12 years. Whether the Four Seasons realm is about to open or not, this old man doesn't know. After all, we can't get any information about this in Maplewood City, but now it seems that this should be the case. Brother Qin wants me to go to the Four Seasons realm for you to look for the tribulation fruit." Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. "If this old man had half of Brother Yang's strength, I wouldn't bother you, but this old man knows his own situation. Although I am also a Dao Source Realm cultivator, I am still far behind the elites of those sections. If this old man really goes in, I'm afraid I won't be able to come out alive. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can only ask you for this matter. When do we leave?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. Qin Chaoyang was stunned. "Brother Yang, you agree?" Yang Kai grinned. "Why wouldn't I agree? Since Brother Qin is willing to provide me with this rare opportunity, how can I not seize it? I also want to see the sealed world in the Southern Territory." Speaking of this, Yang Kai showed a look of yearning. This time, it was Qin Zhao Yang who had entrusted him to enter the Four Seasons realm to find the tribulation fruit. But if he thought about it from another perspective, it was actually an opportunity. The elite disciples of the major sects were all rushing to enter the sealed world, and there were obviously a lot of good things inside. Not to mention the precious treasures hidden in it. Just the countless young talents alone were worth Yang Kai entering and taking a look. This was an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Great. Qin Chaoyang didn't expect Yang Kai to agree so readily. Originally, he was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to persuade him at all. Overjoyed, he said excitedly. Because I don't know when the Four Seasons realm will open. But I'm afraid that things will change if we delay. If Brother Yang has nothing else to do, how about we set off tomorrow? It will take more than 10 days to get to Azure Sun Temple. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and got up. Then I'll go back and prepare first. I'll come to you tomorrow. Then it's settled. After a short while, Yang Kai left the Qin family and returned to the Zhang family. Not long after Yang Kai left, Qin Yu suddenly came to the secret room again. Looking at Qin Chaoyang's face, he understood and asked in a low voice, Old ancestor, Lord Yang, did he agree? He agreed very quickly, Qin Chaoyang said happily. I didn't need to say anything at all. Brother Yang is really a straightforward person. Then did old ancestor tell him about the risks of entering? In there, killing and stealing treasures is normal. The disciples of the major sects fight openly and secretly, and no one forbids them. Although Lord Yang is strong, he is only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. What if? Qin Chaoyang heard this and fell silent for a while before saying, I don't think Brother Yang is a short-lived person. Since when did old ancestor learn to judge people's appearance? Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed and said helplessly, There is no other way. In Maplewood City, there is no one in the Qin family that can be trusted. Besides Brother Yang, I can't think of anyone else. How about old ancestor go alone? Qin Yu's face darkened and said, If old ancestor goes personally, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. The Qin family has just taken over the Jiang family's business. If you leave, who can maintain the current situation? After a pause, she said, Forget it. Old ancestor, give the Qin family's myriad sword, and the method to use it to him. Myriad sword. Qin Chaoyang's face changed drastically when he heard this. That was passed down by the Qin family's ancestors. Yuer knows that the myriad sword is of great importance. But there is no one in my Qin family who can use this emperor artifact now. Senior Yang's cultivation is a little lacking. But I think that with his strength, he should be able to display a little of the myriad sword's power. Perhaps it will be able to help him in the Four Seasons realm, and turn misfortune into fortune. Since Lord Yang is willing to risk his life for the Qin family, the Qin family can't just stand there and do nothing. If we do, I will feel uneasy. Since you said so, forget it. When he comes tomorrow, I will give him the myriad sword. I hope he can understand your painstaking efforts. Qin Chaoyang sighed and finally compromised. On the way back to the Zhang family, Yang Kai explained a few things to Zhang Ruoxi, telling her that he was going out for a while, and that she should cultivate well in the family. Zhang Ruoxi looked reluctant, but she agreed without saying anything. However, Yang Kai could see that this little girl seemed to be holding back a strong desire to enter retreat and improve her cultivation. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai changed his mind and asked, Do you want to come with me? Sir is willing to take me with you? Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked in surprise. There's no problem with taking you with me, but you can't follow me, Yang Kai said. Sir, I'm confused. Zhang Ruoxi showed a puzzled look. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand, wrapping her in source qi, and bringing her directly into the sealed world bead under Zhang Ruoxi's exclamation. Chapter 21:18. The next day, Yang Kai arrived at the Qin family's residence early in the morning. Qin Chaoyang was also prepared. Seeing that Yang Kai had come as promised, he was naturally overjoyed. After exchanging some pleasantries, he turned to Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, before you leave, this old master has something to give you. What is it? Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang gestured to the side, and Qin Yu, who had been waiting respectfully, slowly walked over with a wooden box in his hands. He stood in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at the wooden box and found that it was long, about 4 feet long. The material of the wooden box was extraordinary, and there were some mysterious patterns engraved on it. Inside the wooden box, however, there was a unique energy fluctuation being emitted. Yang Kai frowned. Instinctively feeling that the item inside the wooden box was extraordinary, he looked at Qin Chaoyang, and the latter nodded at him, indicating that he should open it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and directly reached out to open the wooden box. A sword light suddenly appeared, so bright that Yang Kai squinted his eyes. When he saw the item inside the box, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is..." Saying so, he reached out and took out a long sword from the wooden box, whispering, "An emperor artifact?" This long sword was more than 3 feet long and 4 fingers wide. The blade was thick and heavy, and both sides were smooth and clean. Only the hilt was engraved with 2 small characters. Million. One sword one can block 1,000,000. This is the myriad sword left behind by my Qin family's ancestor. Qin Chaoyang explained with a solemn expression. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Myriad sword? What a domineering name. As he spoke, the sword soared into the sky. He circulated his source qi. The long sword buzzed and trembled, as if a heroic spirit that had been sleeping for countless years had been awakened. A halo of light flowed around the sword, and sword qi sizzled. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly, as he said with some disappointment and shock. Little brother Yang's strength is really not something this old master can compare with. To be able to activate the sword's power without even refining it. This was an emperor artifact, and even if it had been dormant for countless years, it was still not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could activate. Even if Qin Chaoyang poured all his source qi into the sword, he might not be able to trigger any reaction. What surprised Qin Chaoyang even more was that Yang Kai did not show the slightest surprise or excitement after learning that this was an emperor artifact, as if it was just an ordinary object in his eyes. Brother Qin, what does this mean? Yang Kai casually swung his sword a few times and turned to look at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, "If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass." Before he could say anything, Qin Yu shot him a rebuking glare. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed. He said seriously, "Little brother Yang, take this sword for self-defense. The Four Seasons realm is not a peaceful place." Yang Kai said, "Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that I will run away with it?" Qin Yu said from the side, "If Lord Yang really does so, it will be its honor. This sword has been passed down from our ancestors to our Qin family generation, and has been buried for countless years. I think it also hopes to find a better master to start a new journey and show its brilliance." Yang Kai glanced at her, secretly thinking that this little girl was quite clever and knew how to chat. But after hearing Qin Yu's words, even if he had the heart to do so, he would be too embarrassed to take it away. What's more, he had no intention of taking it for himself. Although emperor artifacts were rare, it was not like he did not have any, and there was more than one. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "I will take the myriad sword for now. When we leave the Four Seasons realm, I will return it to your Qin family." Qin Yu smiled and handed over a jade slip, saying, "This is the secret method left by our ancestors to refine the myriad sword. Maybe it can help Lord Yang." Yang Kai nodded and took it. Without looking at it carefully, he directly put the jade slip and the myriad sword into his space ring. "Then let's go." Qin Chaoyang waved his hand. Yang Kai nodded and rushed out with him. "Lord Yang," Qin Yu shouted from behind, "your safety is the most important thing." Yang Kai did not turn his head, and just waved his hand from afar. After leaving Maplewood City, Yang Kai directly summoned the ship artifact he obtained from Flying Saint Palace. After boarding it with Qin Chaoyang, he urged the artifact to fly forward. Maplewood City originally had a space array, but after the demonic Qi siege last time, it was completely destroyed by Drunkard, and could not be rebuilt in a short time. This matter must be reported to Star Soul Palace, or other great sects, and ask them to send someone to arrange it. Of course, Yang Kai could help, but he was not willing to do so. His strength was still low, so the fewer people who knew about his mastery of the Tao of space, the better. The ship flew at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang took turns to control the direction, so it was not difficult for them. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang found time to tell Yang Kai the details of the Four Seasons realm, as well as some things to pay attention to, which Yang Kai secretly committed to memory. According to Qin Chaoyang, the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a valley in the Southern Territory. It would open on its own every once in a while, and each time it would only open for 33 days. Once the 33 days were up, all foreign cultivators would be repelled by the power of the sealed world and would be teleported out. The reason why the Four Seasons realm was called the Four Seasons realm was because the environment inside was extremely strange. It was divided into 4 large areas corresponding to the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring territory was perennially fragrant, the summer territory was scorching hot all year round, the autumn territory was cool and refreshing, and the winter territory was covered in snow. In the Four Seasons realm, there were many precious treasures and spirit grasses that were rarely seen in the star boundary. And there were even some other opportunities. When the disciples of the various sects entered, they could search and investigate a certain area of the territory according to their own cultivation methods and needs. Since Yang Kai wanted to look for the tribulation fruit, he naturally had to go to the winter territory, because only the cold environment of the winter territory was suitable for the growth of this spirit fruit. The opening of the sealed world, the Four Seasons realm, was not only an opportunity for the various sects in the Southern Territory to obtain rare resources, but it was also an opportunity for them to secretly compete with each other. Therefore, they would allow their disciples to fight and kill in order to test the results of their cultivation. For this reason, even if the disciples sent by the various sects were not the best, they were all elites. Every battle was unimaginably fierce, and the casualty rate often exceeded 40%. Qin Chaoyang did not come from a great sect, nor had he entered the Four Seasons realm. Everything he knew was recorded in various ancient books by Qin Yu, or information passed down by word of mouth. Therefore, if Yang Kai really entered, the specific situation would be determined by him. The journey was peaceful. In addition to chatting with Qin Chaoyang, Yang Kai was comprehending the jade slip for refining the myriad sword. He had gained something. Although he had a lot of emperor artifacts in his hands, the myriad sword was a sword after all, and it was an emperor artifact. Comprehending and refining it might give him some insights. 5 days later, above a wilderness, a ship was flying quickly. Yang Kai, who was sitting in one of the rooms refining the myriad sword, seemed to feel something, and his heart jumped. He opened his eyes and looked at a certain spot in the void. Immediately afterwards, Qin Chaoyang also seemed to have noticed something, and controlled the ship to stop midair. Immediately, Qin Chaoyang's shout came from the front. "Dare I ask who your excellency is and why you are blocking our way?" While he was shouting, Yang Kai had already rushed over from behind, and fixed his eyes on the ship, only to see a fiery red figure about 1,000 meters in front of him, its back facing the direction he had come from. This figure was like a burning flame. And although Yang Kai could not see her face clearly, judging from her beautiful figure and long hair, it was obviously a woman. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Qin Chaoyang shook his head. "This woman suddenly appeared in front of us. I don't know if she was already here or if..." Enigmatic. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly, because when he swept the area with his divine sense, there was no one there. If not for his eyes being able to see the figure of the woman in red, he would not have noticed her at all. "This is the Emperor realm?" Qin Chaoyang exclaimed, a chill suddenly rising from the bottom of his heart. "And it's not the Emperor realm." Yang Kai swallowed hard. When he was plagued by the demon spirit, he fought against the 3 first-order great emperors, so he had some understanding of their strength. But this woman in red gave him a feeling that even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be able to match her. In other words, this woman in red was at least a 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master, and most likely a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart sank. No matter what this woman was doing standing in front of them at this moment, if they made her unhappy, both he and Qin Chaoyang would have to die here. Brother Yang, do you know her?" "How could I know her?" Yang Kai curled his lips. After thinking about it, he raised his voice and asked, May I ask the name of this master? And why are you standing in front of us? As soon as he shouted, the woman slowly turned half of her body and looked in his direction. A jade-like nose, red lips, picturesque eyebrows, fine black hair fluttering in the wind, a graceful figure, a perky bosom, skin as white as snow, untainted by a speck of dust, especially those watery eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, being stared at by her. Even someone as old as Qin Zhaoyang could not help but be stunned, becoming slightly absent-minded by the beauty of this girl. "You're really slow," the woman muttered. Although Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang's cultivations were not low, and their hearing was good, they did not hear what she said, so they did not know if she was using some kind of mysterious power. After she finished speaking, the corners of the woman's mouth curled up as she looked towards the ship with a faint smile. Yang Kai's body suddenly stiffened. For no apparent reason, Yang Kai felt that the woman's gaze had penetrated the void and the ship's barrier and landed directly on his body. This caused him to become vigilant, and he secretly circulated his source qi in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At the same time, he rapidly pondered in his heart, when had he met this woman, and where had he offended her? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.